Chapter 1939. Dizzy. Zhou Ping was stunned. His expression changed as his vision spun. Oh no, there's poison in the tea. He struggled to get up, but he felt weak all over. He sat down again and asked dizzily, "What's going on?" Lu Yi knew that the poisoning had nothing to do with Zhou Ping. He had sensed that there was poison in the tea because his talent tree had some abnormal reactions, but he pretended not to know. He didn't expect Zhou Ping to be poisoned as well, since he didn't arrange for someone to poison him. Then the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard as a pot-bellied man walked out from the inner side of the side hall. He had a dignified appearance. Behind him was an elderly man who was dressed like a Confucian scholar and holding a feather fan. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Another group of people strode in from the entrance, all of them with unfriendly expressions. "Sir City Lord?" Zhou Ping was stunned when he saw this lineup. He had no idea what was going on. The city lord didn't say anything. He just sat on his armchair with a gloomy gaze. The middle-aged man, dressed like a Confucian scholar, stood beside the city lord. He looked like he expected better from Zhou Ping. He pointed at Zhou Ping with his feather fan. "Zhou Ping, you've caused a disaster." "Sir Meng, what do you mean?" Zhou Ping asked angrily. Although he was straightforward, he wasn't stupid. If he didn't understand what was going on earlier, he had a guess now. Sir Meng sighed. "Is the Black Turban Army so easy to provoke?" 30 Black Turban Army were killed in front of the city gate. They definitely won't let this go. They'll arrive at the city in a few days. When that time comes, I'm afraid, Ding, and will be plunged into misery and suffering. Zhou Ping said, "That's why I invited Sir Lu over to resist the bandit army with us." Sir Meng said, "Do you think Ding and strength can stop the Black Turban Army?" "Of course, we'll protect them with our lives." Zhou Ping's body was weak and powerless. Even the circulation of his spiritual power had stagnated, but his words were sonorous. Mr. Meng shook his head and said, "That Shifeng City's foundation is much stronger than ours. 3 months ago, it was also trampled to the ground by Black Scarf. After the city was breached, Black Scarf massacred the entire city for 10 days. 9 out of 10 houses in Shifeng City were wiped out." He changed the topic and said with a pained expression, "Moreover, the Black Turban Scouts came here to ask us for some food. Their current battlefield is not here. We just gave it to them. Why did you kill them?" Zhou Ping's eyes widened. "Black Scarf killed our people, and we still have to give him money and food? Mr. Meng, do you want to hear what you're saying?" His face was filled with anger. "Today, even if Mr. Lu doesn't make a move, I will." Mr. Meng's face turned cold. "Zhou Ping, you're hopeless." Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and shouted, "Meng Diyun, I think you're the one who's hopeless. Do you think that by giving them money and food they won't invade again? I'm afraid you've forgotten how Huangya City was breached." "Huangya City?" Meng Diyun frowned. Of course, he had heard about Huangya City. At that time, Huangya City encountered a similar situation, so Huangya City was very cooperative. Zhou Ping stopped explaining to Meng Diyun. Instead, he looked at the mayor who had been silent all this while. "Sir, Huangya City is a good example. We can't repeat the same mistake. Black Scarf Army's appetite can't be satisfied. If you give them money and food today, they'll make you open the city gates in the future. By then, all the people in the city will be slaughtered. Instead of that, it's better to rise up and resist." The pot-bellied mayor was silent. After a while, he said, "Although Huangya City was breached, there are still half of its people alive. It's much better than Shifeng City." Zhou Ping's face was filled with disbelief. "Sir, don't you know that most of the survivors are women? Black Scarf deliberately left them alive to serve as military prostitutes. It's not just women." The mayor waved his hand. "They'll recruit those with cultivation. They won't kill them easily." Zhou Ping's eyes widened. "Sir, you're going to rely on Black Scarf?" Meng Diyun shouted angrily, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for today's matter, How could my Dingin suffer such a disaster? Zhou Ping looked at him, and then at the mayor. No matter how straightforward he was, he finally understood what was going on. He said in a low voice, "So you poison the tea. Mr. Lu and I are the bargaining chips for your surrender?" The mayor said, "You're not, this person is." He turned to look at Lu Yi. "He killed Black Scarf's men. Only by handing him over can we be safe. Then what about the people of Dingin?" Zhou Ping still held on to his last glimmer of hope. "They're just lowly people. Don't worry about their lives." Zhou Ping's lips trembled and his face flushed red. After holding back for a long time, he roared, "I'm ashamed to be associated with scum like you. I didn't expect you to be rotten to this extent." Meng Diyun shouted, "Zhou Ping, be careful. Disaster comes from the mouth." Zhou Ping sneered and ignored him. He turned to look at Lu Yi apologetically. "Mr. Lu, this time this Zhou has harmed you. I'm really sorry." He saw that Lu Ye's strength was good and kindly recruited him, but he didn't expect to bring him such a big crisis. "It's nothing." Lu Yi, who had been silent all this time, lightly opened his mouth. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he picked up his teacup and drank it in one gulp. "The taste is not bad." Then he slowly got up and shook his neck. Immediately, a cracking sound came from his neck. "You." Meng Diyun looked at Lu Yi in shock, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand. "Take him." With a swishing sound, several thick ropes flew out in a crisscross pattern. Several figures moved freely, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was tied up like a dumpling. Only then did Meng Diyun breathe a sigh of relief. When he saw Lu Yi stand up, he thought that the poison had no effect. He stared deeply at Lu Yi. "Young man, it's not a bad thing to have a chivalrous heart, but it also depends on where you use it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for killing someone you shouldn't have." Lu Yi looked at him with an indifferent expression. "I killed." Banging sounds suddenly rang out. The ropes that bound him seemed to have been cut by an invisible blade, instantly breaking apart. The cuts were neat and tidy. Lu Yi took a step forward and was already in front of Meng Diyun. This Confucian scholar was also a cultivator. Seeing this, his expression changed greatly. He raised his palm and slammed it towards Lu Ye's chest, urging all of his spiritual power. Lu Yi didn't move at all, but Meng Diyun's wrist hurt from the impact. Then he felt his head being pinched. Lu Ye's face was almost touching his face. "They're all people who deserve to die, such as you." Meng Diyun was shocked. Just as he was about to break free from Lu Ye's grip, he felt a pain in his head and his whole body went numb. "You're courting death." The pot-bellied city lord roared. The 5 fingers of his fat hand instantly gathered together, as if turning into a bird's beak, and suddenly pecked at Lu Ye's waist. His wrist tightened as a small hand grabbed his wrist. Shocked, he wanted to pull away, but the other party's hand was like an iron hoop, imprisoning him so that he couldn't move. Intense pain came from his wrist, and there was even the sound of bones breaking. "Ah!" the city lord screamed. The scream came to an abrupt end. Lu Yi pulled back his fist. In front of him was a rain of blood, and a fat, headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Zhou Ping, who was weak and powerless, was stunned. He knew Lu Ye's strength wasn't bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many black scarves on his own. But he never expected him to be so strong. As far as he knew, Meng Diyun had opened 7 apertures, and the city lord had opened 8. How many apertures had Lu Yi opened? 9. 9 apertures didn't have such terrifying pressure. While he was in a daze, Lu Yi had already begun his massacre. Short screams rang out, and in just 3 breaths of time, the entire hall fell silent. The thick stench of blood was nauseating. Zhou Ping's face was pale as he stared at Lu Yi, who stood in the center of the hall without a single drop of blood on his body. Then he realized something. The city lord was dead. What was Ding and city to do? Half a day later, an order was issued from the city lord's residence, announcing it to the entire city. The original city lord had made a mistake in his cultivation and suffered chi deviation. He had died from his heavy injuries. Now, Zhou Ping of the Zhou clan had taken over the position of city lord. Along with this order, there was also an order to mobilize. What had happened at the city gate today was too big. In just half a day, the news had spread throughout Ding, and countless Ming people were terrified and uneasy. They clearly knew the consequences of provoking the Black Scarf Army, and they were at a loss about the future. They had all heard of the Black Scarf Army style. Even Huangyi City, who had actively cooperated, didn't have a good ending. If the Black Scarf Army broke through Ding, and there would inevitably be another inhumane massacre. In this atmosphere, the city lord's residence issued a timely order to mobilize. Immediately, many ambitious people gathered at the city lord's residence, expressing their willingness to listen to the order. Among them, there was no lack of cultivators. Although most of them had never cultivated before, in this kind of world, the difference between cultivators and mortals wasn't that great. Especially in a situation where two armies were facing each other, if they met the enemy with military formations and the soldiers didn't fear death, it wouldn't be difficult for mortals to kill cultivators. In the short span of 2 days, the entire Ding and city had finished organizing and entered a state where they could meet the enemy at any time. Sir, now that everything has been prepared, there are 10 scouts outside gathering information. As long as the Black Scarf Army is within 50 li of Ding, and there will be a report. Within the city lord's residence, Zhou Ping respectfully stood in front of Lu Yi and reported the situation. This kind of respect didn't only stem from the powerful strength that Lu Yi had previously displayed, but also from other aspects. With the city lord dead, Zhou Ping had no choice but to take over. This was Lu Ye's suggestion because Ding needed a backbone. As an outsider, he naturally wasn't suitable. The Zhou clan was one of Ding and's 3 great clans, and Zhou Ping also had the qualifications, so the matter of him taking over was not too abrupt. The various measures that followed were all carried out under Lu Ye's guidance. Now, it seemed that the results were quite good, especially after the city lord's residence wantonly publicized the Black Scarf Army's brutality and the various consequences of breaking through the city. Although the hearts of the Ding and people were terrified, in a short period of time they had all become one. Everyone wanted to live. No one wanted to die. Since this was the case, they could only work together to protect Ding. And end of chapter. Chapter 1940. Zhou Ping had never seen a person like Lu Yi. He clearly looked to be in his early 20s, but he had never seen such a deep and insightful view before. It could be said that if not for Lu Ye's guidance, Ding would not have been able to settle down so quickly after the city lord's death. At the same time, there was something else he was curious about after hesitating for a long time. Zhou Ping couldn't help but ask, "Sir, can you tell me your cultivation?" 8 apertures. Lu Yi looked up at him. There was nothing he couldn't say. After escorting Yaonuan and the others all the way here, they had used up all the low-grade spirit stones they had plundered from Mount Grandwind. They had also eaten a lot along the way. So in just a few days, Lu Yi had opened 8 apertures and was now on his way to the 9th. 8 apertures. Zhou Ping was shocked. He thought Lu Ye's cultivation would be higher, but it turned out to be the same as the city lord's. But with the same cultivation, why was the former city lord like a little chick in front of Lu Yi? He couldn't fight back at all. Don't be confused. Lu Yi saw through his thoughts. Sometimes cultivation doesn't mean everything. Then, just as Zhou Ping was about to ask what would determine the strength of a person, a soldier suddenly rushed over and knelt down on one knee. He held a secret letter in both hands and said, "City Lord, the scouts have a message for you." Zhou Ping turned his head and hurriedly picked up the secret letter. After opening it, his face couldn't help but become solemn. "Black Scarf is here?" Lu Yi asked. Zhou Ping nodded. "Yes, They were already 50 li away an hour ago. They came with a lot of momentum, but it seems like they're just the vanguard. Lu Yi waved his hand. Go. I'll make a move when the time comes. Another batch of Azura seals had come to his door. With him backing him up, Zhou Ping felt a lot more at ease. He cupped his fists and quickly left. Obviously, he had to make some arrangements. Although Lu Yi had already displayed extremely powerful individual strength before, this was no small matter this time. Instead, it was an army pressing down on the city. Zhou Ping naturally could not entrust the safety of the entire city to Lu Yi alone. After all, manpower was limited. If Lu Yi couldn't stop them, they would have to rely on the strength of the entire city to defend the city. After Zhou Ping left, Lu Yi continued to refine the inferior spirit stone in his hand while checking the progress of his cultivation. These inferior spirit stones had been found in Ding and city's storehouse. Such a large city naturally had some spirit stones in reserve. Although he had the talent tree and could refine them quickly, the spiritual energy stored in these spirit stones was too thin. Thus, he still needed to accumulate more if he wanted to open his 9 acupoints. Looks like there's no time left. The sound of beating gongs and gongs could be heard from outside. There were also soldiers shouting loudly that the Black Scarf guards were coming to attack. They warned the people to take precautions and take shelter. All of Ding and was in a state of panic. Half a day later, many figures stood on top of the Tenjiangtal city wall. The city gate in this direction had long been closed. The original soldiers were not the only ones who participated in the defense of the city. There were also some cultivators who volunteered to help. However, most of their cultivation levels were not high. Regardless of whether they were soldiers or cultivators, at this moment, they all looked nervous and fearful. This was a normal reaction for most people. After all, the Black Scarf was too notorious. Dust and smoke came from afar, filling the air with an aggressive aura. Not a moment later, it had engulfed the area 3 li outside the city. When the dust and smoke settled, the scene imprinted into everyone's field of vision could not help but make their hearts tighten. A military formation of at least 1,000 people slowly appeared. They all wore black scarves, and their leader was riding a tall and large horse. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore exquisite armor. He held a long spear in his hand. The upper half of the horse's body was raised high as it neighed. He sat on the horse and coldly looked at the people on the city wall. Behind him, a flag-bearer raised a pitch-black banner. On the banner was a large, blood-red character, Fong, as if it had been written in blood. The Black Scarf is here. The Black Scarf is here. Mommy! It's the ogre Fong Quang. There was an immediate uproar on the city wall. Although Ding and had already mentally prepared for the Black Scarf's invasion, when this scene actually happened, looking down at the 1,000-man military formation, many of the timid people still felt uneasy. In particular, the ones that had come with the most notorious of the Black Scarf forces. Their leader, General Fong Quang, was even more notorious. He loved to eat people, especially young ones. Many of the vanguard army had Fong Quang's fetish. In the past, wherever the Black Scarf had passed, many people had been killed and eaten by this army. It was hard to imagine what would happen to all the people in the city if Ding and could not be defended. Zhou Ping's expression was also grave. He did not think that the first person from the Black Scarf side to arrive would be Fong Quang. It was clear that Lu Ye's killing of the Black Scarf scouts had angered the other party. The horse galloped back and forth, and Fong Quang sternly shouted, "Where's the Lord of Ding City?" Within 3 li, it was very difficult for a normal person's voice to travel, but Fong Quang's voice did not weaken at all. It directly traveled into everyone's ears, causing them to tremble. This time, quite a few people's faces turned pale. It was clear that they had realized Fong Quang's powerful strength. "Zhou Ping is here." Zhou Ping replied from the top of the city gate. Fong Quang looked over, somewhat puzzled. "What? Did you change the Lord of Ding City?" He remembered that the Lord of Ding and city was a big fat man, but this had nothing to do with him. He raised the long spear in his hand and pointed it at Zhou Ping. "You really are bold, daring to kill my black scarf soldiers. I give you 2 hours to open the city gates in Dingyan. Otherwise, once the headquarters is breached, we will slaughter your entire city, leaving no one alive in Dingyan." Zhou Ping's palms were sweaty. He naturally knew that Fang Kuang was not joking, but he also knew that in a confrontation between two armies, no matter what, their morale could not be weakened, especially since he was the lord of Dingyan city. At this moment, who knew how many people viewed him as their backbone, he immediately snorted coldly. The black scarf really talks big. Since that is the case, this lord of Ding and city will also give you 2 hours. Scram back to where you came from. Do not provoke an undeserved disaster. An undeserved disaster? Fang Kuang's eyes widened, then he laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I've heard such a funny joke. This general wants to see just what kind of undeserved disaster it is. And as your reward for winning my favor, 2 hours will be the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. After that, the headquarters will attack the city. Do not make a mistake. Zhou Ping's expression changed. Open the gates! Open the gates! Open the gates! It was also at this moment that the vanguard behind Fang Kuang shouted in unison. Supported by the clash of swords and shields, it was truly a magnificent sight, causing the winds and clouds to change color. Creak! A heavy sound rang out. On the city walls, Zhou Ping's expression changed. Who opened the gates? The sound just now was clearly the sound of someone opening the gates. This made him feel incredulous, because he had clearly ordered that no matter what happened, the gates were not to be opened. The overall strength of Ding and city was not strong. Only by defending with all their might could they possibly block the black scarf soldiers' attack. Opening the gates was equivalent to courting death. Lord of Ding and city, there is no need to panic. It was the young master who opened the gates. A panting voice rang out. Zhou Ping turned his head and saw Yao Nuan rushing over. Clearly, she had come on Lu Ye's orders to inform Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He hurried to the city walls and looked down. Clatter! Clatter! Sure enough, he saw Lu Yi riding a black horse, carrying a thick long spear as he rode out of the city gates. Behind him, the gates that had just been opened quickly closed again. Sir, this is... Zhou Ping's expression was grave. It was undeniable that Lu Ye's personal strength was strong, so strong that he had never imagined it to be. But in the end, he was only an 8 apertures cultivator. How could he face the black scarf's vanguard alone with a single spear and horse? Moreover, Zhou Ping could vaguely hear Lu Yi muttering something, but Lu Ye's voice was too soft for him to hear clearly. Lu Yi rode out on his horse, his eyes shining, but his expression was somewhat distressed. There were so many Azura seals. How could he eat them all? A troop of over 1,000 people. If he could kill them all, then he would be able to eat until he became fat. Based on a calculation of 2,000 Azura seals per bandit troop, that would be over 2 million. Moreover, not every bandit troop was only worth 2,000 Azura seals. The leader Fang Kuang was worth close to 10,000 Azura seals. If he could really kill them all, he wouldn't dare to say too much, but at least 2,500,000 Azura seals. However, it was impossible for him to kill so many bandits by himself. If others couldn't beat him, they could escape. The black horse under him moved forward anxiously. It had obviously sensed the dangerous aura. Fang Kuang's eyes narrowed, and his expression was slightly surprised. In today's world, there were not many people who dared to face the black scarf alone. Last time there was one, but he was shot to death by arrows. Today there was another one. However, Fang Kuang vaguely felt that the one he saw today was not the same as the last one. His expression was too indifferent. Who are you? Fang Kuang shouted angrily. Lu Yi did not speak and continued to move forward with his spear. However, under the urging of his spiritual power, the black horse's speed slowly increased, from a slow walk to a trot. In just a few breaths, it was galloping forward. Bow! Fong Quang sneered and raised his hand. In the military formation, the archers immediately took 3 steps forward, nocked arrows, and drew their bows to a full moon. Fire! Fong Quang's hand fell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows breaking through the air rang out. All the arrows slid in an arc and gathered in midair. From a distance, it looked like a nest of hornets. The arrows fell, covering the area where Lu Yi was. The Black Scarf's archers were all experienced. Ordinary people would find it difficult to dodge such a rain of arrows. However, at this moment, the black horse under Lu Yi suddenly sped up and dashed forward several dozen feet, instantly avoiding the densest area of the rain of arrows. The few that did not dodge were swept down by Lu Ye's spear. This round of arrows did not hurt him at all. Oh! Fong Quang's eyes lit up. Although he knew that Lu Yi must have some cultivation, it was unexpected that he could do this. Zhao Yuan. Fong Quang shouted, "This general is here." A rider stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Go test him." Yes. Zhao Yuan obeyed and tightened the reins, turning his horse to meet Lu Yi. The distance between them quickly closed. Zhao Yuan pulled out 2 axes from his back and shouted, "Kid, give me your life!" The 2 horses crossed each other, neither stopping. Fong Quang's face suddenly became gloomy. Behind Lu Yi, Zhao Yuan fell from his horse, a pool of red blood staining the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 1941. How can this be? How can this be? This person is too daring. He's charging into the formation alone. What if something unexpected happens? He wants Azura seals more than his life. In the unknown land, in front of the mirror reflecting Lu Ye's figure, the expressions of those who had been secretly observing him changed drastically, and they became restless. Even the old patriarch was watching from a distance with a nervous expression. The development of the situation was somewhat out of their control. Originally, Lu Yi had protected Yanwan and the others along the way. Although they had encountered some bandits, they had been able to easily deal with them. But this time it was different. This time, an army was attacking, and Lu Yi dared to face them alone. Just how much confidence did he have in himself? It was not easy to wait for the arrival of this generation's successor, and the other party had already passed the test. They only had to wait for the next experiential learning to receive him. What would they do if something were to happen? After all, they had waited nearly 10,000 years for this opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when the next one would be? Perhaps we made a mistake. The old patriarch smiled bitterly. If they had not interfered with the operation of the Azura field, allowing Lu Yi to obtain a large number of Azura seals by killing ordinary bandits, and allowing him to clearly see the Azura seals represented by the bandits, he would never have done this. He had taken the risk because there were great benefits at hand. But if they had not done this, they would not have been able to truly test Lu Ye's character, and naturally they would not have placed the future of the clan in his hands. "Patriarch, what do we do now?" The woman supporting the old patriarch asked worriedly. The patriarch fell silent. In the current situation, even he was powerless to do anything. He could only watch the situation develop. At this moment, in the mirror's reflection, after killing Zhao Yuan, Lu Yi beheaded an enemy general who had overestimated himself and tried to stop him. His goal was clear. He charged directly at Fong Quang. The biggest problem that troubled him now was not that he was not strong enough, but that he did not have enough spiritual power. With only an 8 apertures cultivation, how much spiritual power could he possibly have? Therefore, Lu Yi would save as much spiritual power as he could and would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Under such circumstances, if he wanted to deal with this army, he would have to kill the commander first. Fang Kuang had undoubtedly seen through his intentions, so he had retreated before Lu Yi could reach him. With a single order, the Black Turban Army immediately surged forward like a tide. Lu Yi had no choice but to charge forward on horseback. Wherever he passed, the thick spear would sweep or stab, and the Black Turban Army would fall like straws. Meanwhile, Lu Yi kept on killing his way through the army. The spectators, including the old chief, were on tenterhooks. They would occasionally shout in fear. Lu Yi couldn't protect his mount at all. After 3 rounds, the dark horse from Gale Mountain's 6th boss couldn't hold on any longer. Screams rang out one after another, and corpses flew high into the air. Blood dyed the ground red, and the thick smell of blood lingered at the tip of one's nose. 1,000 people. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Even though Lu Ye's killing efficiency was extremely high, it wasn't easy for him to kill so many enemies by himself. The Azura token at his waist constantly flew in from all directions, keeping him motivated and motivated. After killing 200 to 300 Black Turban Army, the remaining ones were clearly terrified. If it weren't for Fang Kuang, the entire vanguard army would have scattered after such a large number of casualties. But because Fang Kuang was still giving orders, the surviving Black Turban Army could only grit their teeth and persevere. Lu Yi suddenly realized the benefits of not being able to kill Fang Kuang. Even though there was more pressure, the Azura seals he could obtain would be more. If he had killed Fang Kuang at the first moment, the Black Scarf Vanguard Army would most likely be fleeing in all directions. He had already consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Based on his current efficiency, he should be able to kill 200 to 300 more Black Turban Army before exhausting himself. He secretly made up his mind to take Fang Kuang's life at the last moment. In the noisy battlefield, Lu Yi suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves rapidly approaching, followed by Zhou Ping's voice. "Mr. Lu, I'm here to help you." He had seen Lu Ye's incomparable bravery from afar on the city wall, and his heroic spirit had been ignited. He immediately led a group of soldiers to help, and there were many self-initiated cultivators who came with him. Fang Kuang was in a terrible fix for a moment. Before today, he had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could single-handedly disrupt his army, and now it was happening to him. Where did this guy come from? Fang Kuang sensed that the other party's spiritual energy fluctuations weren't too strong, but his whole body was extremely agile. Every movement was not useless, and every thrust of his spear was bound to kill a Black Turban Army member. He had killed many people and was called an ogre. He had eaten many people, but such a fierce slaughter still made him feel terrified. If it was only Lu Yi alone, he was confident that he could slowly grind the other party to death. But at this critical moment, Zhou Ping actually led the army to help. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Fang Kuang gave the order. The Black Turban Army immediately split into 2 groups, one to continue to encircle Lu Yi, and the other to fight Zhou Ping's men. Fang Kuang dismounted from his horse, took off his armor, and hid in the crowd like a viper waiting for an opportunity to strike. No matter what, he had to kill this person today, or he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. A moment later, he finally found a good opportunity. While Lu Yi was busy fighting a few soldiers and had no time to be distracted, he fiercely stabbed forward with a spear. The spear hit Lu Ye's back. Fang Kuang was delighted, but then he was stunned. The spear didn't penetrate Lu Ye's body at all. Where the tip of the spear touched, spiritual energy lingered, turning into a visible shield. It was this move again. He had seen Lu Yi use this ability several times before, and every time he was able to block a dangerous attack at a critical moment. But he felt that his attack was traceless, and it was a sneak attack from behind. But he didn't expect it to be blocked. This guy, did he have eyes behind his back? In such a chaotic situation, how could he detect his attack? You want to die that badly. Lu Yi suddenly turned to look at him. Originally, he hadn't planned to kill Fang Kuang so quickly, But since the other party had taken the initiative to seek death, there was no need to hold back. He grabbed Fong Quang's spear and fiercely pulled it in front of him. Fong Quang's expression changed greatly, and he let go of the spear, but it was still too late. Lu Ye's spear was already stabbing towards his chest. In this critical moment of life and death, Fong Quang didn't panic. He retreated as far as he could, while urging all the spiritual energy in his body to gather around his chest, turning it into a shield. This was a self-defense ability that every cultivator could master, especially one like Fong Quang, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. As long as his opponent's cultivation didn't exceed his own by too much, he would be able to block it. Even as he thought this, his heart ached. Fong Quang's entire body stiffened, and he looked down to see that his chest had been pierced. The spiritual energy he relied on to protect himself hadn't been of any use at all. It had been pierced through like a piece of paper. In the last moments of his life, he couldn't help but recall Zhou Ping's shout from the city walls, warning him not to make a mistake. At that time, he had disdained it, but now Lu Yi pulled out his spear and didn't even look at him, continuing to kill the enemy. Fong Quang is dead. Zhou Ping saw this scene from afar and was overjoyed, urging his spiritual energy to shout. Lu Yi wished he could sew his mouth shut. Fong Quang is dead. Fong Quang is dead. Shouts rang out from all directions. These shouts didn't see the scene of Fong Quang being killed, so they didn't know whether or not Fong Quang was really dead. In any case, they just shouted the same thing. The Black Scarf Army had already suffered heavy casualties and were terrified. Now that their commander was dead, their morale plummeted. Without anyone to restrain them, they immediately began to flee. Kill! Zhou Ping shouted, taking the lead in chasing after them. The rest of the army also chased after them. Lu Yi wiped the blood off his face and mounted an ownerless horse. After identifying the direction with the most people, he rode off in the direction with the most people. In front of the mirror, a group of people let out a long breath. In less than half an hour, their mood rose and fell with Lu Ye's charge, rising and falling several times. Finally, the Black Scarf Army's vanguard was defeated, and Lu Yi was temporarily safe. Speaking of which, they had never experienced such a thrilling experience before. Patriarch, Patriarch, what's wrong? A woman's voice rang out. Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look. They saw the old patriarch clutching his chest, gasping for breath. His face was extremely pale, as if he was about to die. All of them turned pale with fright. They immediately realized that the old patriarch was old. How could he bear such a huge shock? Quick, 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 give the patriarch a pill. Someone shouted, taking out a life-saving pill and stuffing it into the old patriarch's mouth, urging his spiritual energy to help him refine it. After a while, the old patriarch recovered, but his hands were still trembling uncontrollably. Patriarch, why don't you go back and rest? The woman asked with concern. The patriarch shook his head. I want to stay here and watch, waiting for him to return to the heavenly Azura realm alive. Then he asked, what is his mission this time? Let me see. The woman closed her eyes as she spoke, her mind immersed in an unknown place. After a while, she said with an uneasy expression, defeat the Black Scarf Army and protect Dingen. The old patriarch's lips trembled, and he finally sighed. What a sin! Just fighting with the Black Scarf Army's vanguard was already so dangerous. When the Black Scarf Army attacked, what kind of situation would it be? Most importantly, that brat completely didn't know the severity of the situation, causing the old patriarch to have one foot in and out of the gates of hell. But after thinking about it carefully, the old patriarch brought all of this upon himself. Chapter 1942. Dingen City. After a great battle, hundreds of corpses lay 3 kilometers outside the city. The city gates opened wide, and under the protection of many soldiers, Lu Yi returned on horseback. On the city walls, Countless soldiers who had witnessed the battle with their own eyes knelt down in worship. On both sides of the city's passageway, many people welcomed the triumphant return of this hero. Obviously, they also knew about the defeat of the Black Turban Vanguard. In this world of extreme cultivation, Lu Ye's performance just now was too shocking. He single-handedly slaughtered his way into a 1,000-man army, slaughtering hundreds of enemies with his own strength and killing the enemy's general. This kind of story was only heard of in the stories of storytellers. But today, it actually happened right under their noses. Lu Yi returned to the Zhou family's small courtyard and immediately began to cultivate without stopping. Under the devouring of his talent tree, low-grade spirit stones turned into useless stones, and his cultivation slowly and steadily increased. One day later, the 9th spirit aperture opened, and Lu Yi let out a long breath. Although there was only a difference of 1 aperture between 8 and 9 apertures, this was a qualitative change, because opening the 9th aperture meant that one had truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. In fact, it was only at this point that a cultivator had the qualifications to call themselves a cultivator. Spirit chi flowed through each spirit aperture, connecting with each other, continuously growing and multiplying without end. First order spirit, stream realm. In this way, whether it was one's strength or endurance, it would be greatly improved. This experience made Lu Yi feel very strange. He never thought that he would be able to walk the same path again, but compared to the past, this path was much faster now. Previously, when he faced the Black Turban Vanguard, if he had been at the First Order realm, Lu Yi was confident that he could have defeated the entire vanguard, provided that they didn't flee. Yaon Wan, Lu Yi called out softly. Sir. Yaon Wan immediately walked in from outside, her eyes filled with reverence. Earlier, she had personally witnessed Lu Ye's display of invincible might from the city walls. For a girl of her age, such a scene was too impactful. Is Zhou Ping here? Lu Yi asked. When he returned earlier, Zhou Ping was leading people to clean up the battlefield. After all, so many people had died, and it was just outside Dingyan City. If they didn't do anything, it could lead to a plague. But Lu Yi had told him to come find him after he finished. The city lord has been waiting outside, Yaon Wan replied. When Zhou Ping arrived, Lu Yi was cultivating. He didn't dare to disturb him after learning of the situation. Invite him in. Yes. A moment later, Zhou Ping strode in. Compared to the previous days of worry, Zhou Ping was undoubtedly in high spirits at this moment. When he saw Lu Yi, he immediately cupped his fists and saluted. Greetings, mister. Lu Yi nodded. Zhou Ping said excitedly, in the previous battle, Mr. displayed his invincible might, making us admire Mr. Ding greatly. It is truly our fortune to have Mr. Ding and overseeing our city. In the future, we will no longer have to worry. In fact, he couldn't understand why Lu Yi was so invincible on the battlefield, even though his cultivation was only 1 aperture higher than his. At that time, if he had been the one to take the field, he would have been seriously injured, even if he didn't die from the rain of arrows. However, none of this was important, now that he was the city lord of Ding. And with Lu Ye's assistance, he was confident that he could defend the city and ensure the safety of the citizens. He had even considered whether or not he should let Lu Yi become the city lord. The main reason he hadn't done so before was because Lu Yi was an outsider and wasn't suitable. However, after experiencing the previous battle, Lu Yi undoubtedly already had this foundation among the citizens. Now, in all of Ding, and who didn't know of Mr. Lu Ye's chivalrous reputation. While he was thinking this, before he could bring it up, he heard Lu Yi ask, Tell me more about the black scarf situation. Zhou Ping's expression turned solemn. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, The black scarf started out as mountain bandits. After their reputation spread, many bandits came to join them. Their nickname is 30,000, but according to the information we received, their true military strength should be around 10,000. Lu Yi listened quietly to his narration. After he finished, Lu Yi said, In other words, although we defeated their vanguard in reality, compared to the size of the Black Scarf army, it didn't matter. Zhou Ping reluctantly admitted, that is indeed the case. In an army of 10,000, the hundreds of casualties are negligible. Changing the topic, Zhou Ping said, however, Mr. need not worry too much. The Black Scarf army is currently attacking another city, and their main target isn't here in Ding. That small team originally came to Ding and to prepare provisions, but because they lost that small team, they attracted Fong Quang's vanguard. Now that Fong Quang has died in battle and his vanguard has been crippled, the Black Scarf side won't make too big a move for the time being. Their military strength isn't enough to divide into two forces. Lu Yi was silent. If this wasn't the scene of his training, then Zhou Ping's judgment was not without reason. However, this was the scene of his training, so Lu Yi felt that the Black Scarf side would definitely not let this matter rest. He also wouldn't entrust the future of peace to the enemy. Let's go. Take me to the storehouse to take a look. Lu Yi stood up. Zhou Ping didn't hesitate and immediately led the way. After a short while, Lu Yi went back and forth in the large storehouse. This was one of the most important places in Ding, and was naturally heavily guarded. Stored inside were enough supplies for the entire city's population to survive for several months, as well as some items for cultivation. Zhou Ping didn't know what Lu Yi was looking for, but now that the safety of all of Ding and was tied to Lu Ye's shoulders, he naturally allowed him to choose what he wanted from the storehouse. A moment later, Lu Yi stood in front of a pile of dark stones and casually picked up a fist-sized stone. Circulating his spiritual energy slightly, he raised his eyebrows. Zhou Ping observed his expression and immediately stepped forward to explain. Mister, this is black bluestone. After smelting, it can be used to forge spirit weapons. Not all ores were suitable for forging weapons used by cultivators. This involved conductivity. When cultivators fought with their enemies, they had to circulate their spiritual energy. The easier it was for a spirit weapon to conduct spiritual energy, the more valuable it was. Some materials that couldn't conduct spiritual energy could only be forged into ordinary weapons. For example, Lu Ye's thick spear from before was just an ordinary spear. However, because it wasn't light, Lu Yi was able to display great destructive power. This black bluestone could be used to forge spirit weapons. However, in Lu Ye's view, spirit weapons forged from this material would only be of the lowest grade, because the quality of the ore itself was very low. However, in this kind of world, having this kind of thing was already very rare. In this city, other than the storehouse, are there any other places with black bluestone? Lu Yi asked. Zhou Ping thought for a moment and said, the Zhou clan has some. The other two of the 3 great clans should also have some stored away. If Mr. wants to use it, I can gather it. Gather it all, and then find someone to smelt it. What does Mr. want to forge? Zhou Ping asked. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Yi didn't explain too much. After a short while, he returned to his own courtyard and continued cultivating. Zhou Ping's efficiency was undoubtedly very high. After only 2 days, he came back to report that all the black bluestone in the city had been gathered and smelted. In the east of the city, Zhou Ping and the patriarchs of the other 2 great clans were waiting in a steaming hot place. This was the forge of the 3 great clans. Almost all the weapons in the city came from here. Lu Yi slowly walked over. Zhou Ping and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. It's all here? At a glance, Lu Yi saw the pile of items. They were black, square in shape, 1 inch thick, 5 inches long and wide, and there were about 20 of them. It's all here, Zhou Ping replied. Black bluestone was expensive, and the things in front of him were all the reserves of the entire city. Lu Yi picked up a piece and weighed it in his hand. He found that it wasn't light. He poured his spiritual power into it and nodded slightly. It's SOO. The quality of this thing was too low. If placed in the 9 provinces, it would be trash that no one would even look at. However, in this kind of world, he could only make do. Find a blacksmith. Lu Yi ordered again. Soon, a tall and sturdy blacksmith stood in front of Lu Yi. His face was fierce, but his attitude was respectful. Mr. Lu, what kind of spirit weapon do you want to forge? Zhou Ping introduced from the side. This is the chief blacksmith of our 3 great clans. His craftsmanship is definitely not a problem. Lu Yi nodded, looked at him, and said, "Help me out." The thing he wanted to forge was not something that the blacksmiths of this world could forge. The previous battle with the Black Scarf Vanguard made Lu Yi realize one thing. That is, in such a world, the role that cultivators could play was greatly weakened. Even he, at that time, had no way to kill a vanguard army of over 1,000 people. Even if he tried his best, he could only kill 400 or 500 people at most. Because the level of cultivators was too low, the difference between their physical fitness and that of ordinary people was not that great. A single Black Scarf Vanguard army was already so difficult to deal with. If the Black Scarf Vanguard army attacked with all its might, Dingan would most likely not be able to survive. Therefore, he couldn't rely only on himself. However, the individual strength of the other cultivators was even weaker. Even if they were gathered together, they wouldn't be able to play much of a role. Therefore, he could only rely on external forces to gather these forces together. The twin Qi-linked spirit array was undoubtedly the best and only choice. Lu Yi had refined this array countless times, so he was already familiar with it. The only troublesome part was that the twin Qi-linked spirit array was extremely complex. This was also why Lu Yi had to raise his cultivation to the first order spirit stream realm before starting, because an 8 apertures cultivation was simply not enough. Even now, Lu Yi wasn't sure if he could reach the first order spirit stream realm. Bring the things here. Lu Yi ordered again. Zhou Ping gestured, and immediately a soldier lifted a large box and placed it at Lu Ye's feet. He opened the box and found that it was full of low-grade spirit stones. Lu Yi stepped on these spirit stones and prepared to replenish his spirit energy at any time. Then he rolled up his sleeves. Let's begin. After a short while, clinking sounds came from the forge. The chief blacksmith was sweating profusely. Soon, he forged a black stone into the shape of a disc. End of chapter. Chapter 1943. The black bluestone disc was only the prototype of an array disc. The core of the array disc was the spirit pattern. Without the spirit pattern, it was useless. After the chief blacksmith finished forging the prototype, Lu Yi immediately stepped forward to take over. A group of people watched from the side. No one knew what Lu Yi was going to forge. And Lu Yi didn't look like he had dabbled in this field before. With a ding sound, the hammer fell and spirit power surged, and a small, almost imperceptible foundation element immediately appeared on the disc. Asterisk ding dang. Asterisk Lu Ye's movements were extremely fast. The hammer in his hand hammered almost continuously without stopping. Every strike was precise, and a foundation element was born with each strike. Spiritual tattoos were all about continuity. If there was even the slightest mistake during the process, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Lu Yi had been able to forge them casually before because he had a huge amount of pure spirit power to rely on. But now he could only use this stupid method of forging. Zhou Ping and the others didn't see anything at first because the yin and yang foundation elements were too small. The only thing they could feel was that Lu Yi was lifting something heavy with ease. The ding-dang sounds sounded like a special instrument, but as time passed, everyone was shocked. When the yin and yang foundation elements gradually merged and spread out, the appearance of the array pattern slowly appeared. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that someone in this world could forge such a fine and complicated pattern on a disc. No one knew what this pattern represented. The level of the world was too low. Cultivators only had a rough understanding of cultivation and didn't have the concept of creating spirit patterns. At this moment, Lu Yi was doing 3 things at once. He was forging the spirit pattern, paying attention to the consumption of his spirit power, and finally urging the power of the talent tree to replenish himself with the low-grade spirit stones under his feet. After more than 2 hours, Lu Ye's hammer fell for the last time. The onlookers vaguely saw a flash of brilliance from the disc, but because it was too fast, they didn't see it clearly. They all thought it was an illusion. A formation disc, 2 hours. Lu Yi was a little speechless. In the past, he could easily forge this thing. However, the result was not bad. Fortunately, he had the talent tree to devour spirit stones to replenish his consumption. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to forge this thing successfully. Throwing the completed array disc to the side, Lu Yi began to forge the second one. As time passed, one formation plate after another was produced. With the exception of Zhou Ping, the other 2 patriarchs all showed distressed expressions. Lu Yi had consumed far too much spirit qi. Basket after basket of low-grade spirit stones were transported over and quickly consumed. No one saw how he had refined them, but without exception, none of the spirit qi left in the spirit stones that were transported away. One had to know that a large portion of these spirit stones had been provided by the 2 families. They had originally thought that they were going to use them to fight the enemy. Who would have thought that they would be used in such a place? City Lord, what's the name of the item that Mr. created? One of the family heads couldn't help but ask. Zhou Ping shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Glancing at the busy Lu Yi, he simply picked up a piece to investigate. This thing was not a weapon. Obviously, it was not used to kill enemies. After all, it could not be thrown out to smash people. However, since Mr. had spent so much effort to make it, it was definitely not useless. With that thought in mind, Zhou Ping channeled a little of his spiritual power into it. Soon, he let out a soft cry of surprise and turned to look at one of the patriarchs beside him. What's wrong? The patriarch didn't understand. Zhou Ping continued to look at him. In the next moment, the patriarch revealed an astonished expression. This was because he keenly sensed that Zhou Ping's qi was attempting to fuse with his own. With a thought, he immediately interacted with it. Ah! Both Zhou Ping and the patriarch cried out in alarm. Unexpectedly, there was no hindrance to the fusion of their qi. If that was all, it would have been fine. More importantly, the 2 of them could clearly sense that they could borrow each other's spiritual power. What's going on? The other patriarch revealed a suspicious expression. Zhou Ping calmed his mind and guided the already fused qi to extend toward him. Soon, the third patriarch also revealed an astonished expression. As time passed, one formation plate after another was created. 2 days later, a total of 20 formation plates had been created. There was no need to continue creating them. The number of cultivators in Ding and City was limited. In total, there were less than 300 people. Half of them had only opened 1 or 2 apertures, while the other half had opened 3 apertures or more. Thus, 20 formation plates were definitely enough. In the plaza, all of Ding An's cultivators with 3 apertures or more were gathered. According to Lu Ye's instructions, they were divided into 20 groups of 7. Each group had at least 1 cultivator with 5 apertures or more, holding a formation plate. Zhou Ping already had a rough idea of the formation plate's immense value. After a brief demonstration, the cultivators immediately understood. They each formed a formation and practiced in high spirits. When had they ever encountered such a miraculous object before? Lu Yi strode over. Zhou Ping immediately went to greet him and excitedly cupped his fists. Sir, the cultivators in the middle of practicing also stopped and looked toward him. Lu Yi nodded and beckoned to the cultivators below. Immediately, a cultivator holding a disc array stepped forward and handed it to him. Lu Yi raised the formation plate. This is a qi-linking formation plate. I believe everyone has a rough idea of its wondrous uses. With this formation plate as the core, the 7 of you can link your qi. The effects of this formation plate will be far greater than if the 7 of you work together. Everyone nodded. Lu Yi changed the topic. Linking your qi is only the simplest use of this formation plate. Its true use is to assist in forming a formation. Forming a formation? Zhou Ping looked puzzled. Just like... As Lu Yi spoke, he took a few steps forward with the formation plate in his hand. He came to the side of several cultivators and activated the formation plate with his spiritual power. Under the guidance of the qi, 6 people were enveloped in the formation. Their qi interacted with each other and their spiritual power converged. The next moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared and enveloped the 7 people, including Lu Yi. This is... Zhou Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes. Before today, he had never seen such a bizarre scene. Although the figure was illusory, he could still see some traces of it if he looked carefully. It was a big turtle. How did this happen? Not only was Zhou Ping shocked, but many cultivators also showed looks of disbelief. This was simply a miracle. Lu Yi was very dissatisfied because the black tortoise's shadow was too illusory. The main reason was that his current cultivation was too low, so his spiritual power could only materialize to this extent. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone present. This is the black tortoise formation. When you form a formation, your defense will greatly increase. It's most suitable for charging and killing enemies. Lu Ye's voice rang out again. Next, I will teach you how to form a formation. Everyone looked expectant. With the formation plate's assistance, as long as they understood the various key points of forming a formation, it wouldn't be difficult to form one. 3 days later, the gates of Ding and city opened. Lu Yi led the way, accompanied by 100 cavalry. He had already figured out what his main mission was for this experiential learning. It was nothing more than dealing with the Black Scarf Army. Although the Black Scarf Army would definitely attack again if he waited, Lu Yi didn't want to be passive. He preferred to take the initiative. In particular, he could obtain a large number of Azura seals by killing the Black Scarf Army. He was somewhat impatient. In an unknown place, the image of the cavalry moving forward was reflected in a mirror. At the center of the image was Lu Ye's figure. What a sin! What a sin! The old patriarch thumped his chest and stamped his feet, his eyes filled with worry. According to the normal course of events, the Black Scarf Army would indeed attack Ding and city again. However, that would be about 10 days later. At that time, the Black Scarf Army would be exhausted after attacking another city for a long time. Although it would be difficult for Lu Yi to deal with it with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult. This was the normal course of the experiential learning. But now, Lu Yi had actually taken the initiative to attack. This brat, why couldn't he be a little more stable? Patriarch, actually, it might be more advantageous for him to take the initiative to attack at this time. The woman who had been accompanying the old patriarch comforted him. What do you mean? The old patriarch asked. The woman said, the Black Scarf Army is currently attacking Thousand Flow City with all their strength. If he rushes over at this time, he will be able to form a pincer attack with Thousand Flow City. As long as he achieves a certain result, Thousand Flow City will definitely see an opportunity. At that time, they will come out of the city to fight. Who knows, they might be able to eliminate the Black Scarf Army in one fell swoop and complete the experiential learning ahead of time. The worried old patriarch pondered for a moment before nodding. That's right, that's the truth. The woman said, I've had contact with this senior brother. He isn't a reckless person. You see, before he set out, he even prepared a formation plate. This kind of small team can play a large role in a big battle. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't have acted like this. The old patriarch slowly relaxed. After this, when he comes out for experiential learning, we'll immediately bring him over. He hoped that there wouldn't be any more problems. His old body wouldn't be able to withstand too much torment. The group of horses moved forward. Lu Yi took the lead, and the 20 small teams closely followed behind him. 3 days of training had allowed the Ding and cultivators to familiarize themselves with the use of formation plates. This way, even if there were casualties in battle, the small teams would be able to change their formation in time. Zhou Ping didn't follow. He wanted to, but as the city lord, he had to stay behind in Ding, and no matter what. This time, Lu Ye's target was Thousand Flow City, which was 300 kilometers away. According to reliable information from Ding, and the Black Scarf Army was currently attacking Thousand Flow City with all their strength. The situation over there was unknown. However, Thousand Flow City's overall strength was much stronger than Ding, and so no matter what, they could hold on for a while. Horses had the bloodline of strange beasts, so their endurance was much stronger than normal horses. Lu Yi and the others only spent 3 days to rush over the 300 kilometers. They didn't immediately enter the battle. Instead, they rested at a place 50 kilometers away from Thousand Flow City. At the same time, they spied on Thousand Flow City's situation. Apart from him, the other people in the group didn't have much endurance. Every bit of spiritual power they used was a bit less. Thus, this surprise attack had to have a decisive result. Otherwise, when the Black Scarf Army recovered, a group of over 100 people wouldn't be enough for them to kill. End of chapter. Chapter 1944. A short while later, a group of 7 people returned and reported the information they had gathered to Lu Yi. Just as he had expected, Thousand Flow City's resources were much stronger than Ding, and the Black Scarf Army had already launched 3 attacks, but they had not been able to achieve any decisive results. Instead, they had suffered great losses. It was also because of this that Black Scarf's small group had gone to Ding and to collect provisions. In the end, they had been destroyed by Lu Yi and attracted 1,000-men vanguard, but more than half of them had died. It was because of this anxious battle that Black Scarf did not have the spare energy to find trouble with Ding. Currently, the Black Scarf Army was resting and reorganizing, and it seemed that they did not intend to give up. This was normal. The Black Scarf Army had started as mountain bandits and had developed smoothly. Everywhere they passed, there were many precedents of cities surrendering, but in the end they had lost soldiers and generals to Thousand Flows. How could the Black Scarf leader retreat like this? As long as they could take down Thousand Flows, all of their previous losses would be worth it. If it was anyone else in the Black Scarf leader's position, they would not retreat so easily. At this time, it was undoubtedly irrational to look for trouble with Black Scarf. Although the more than 100 people he had brought with him were all cultivators, their numbers were still small. They needed to be deployed at the right time to play the greatest role. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi decided to wait for a good opportunity. He believed that Black Scarf would not keep him waiting for too long. He ordered everyone to hide where they were and left alone. No one knew where he went, but after half a day he returned. As expected, Black Scarf did not make Lu Yi wait for too long. Only 2 days later, everyone who was resting and reorganizing faintly felt some strange movements coming from the direction of Thousand Flow City. Lu Yi immediately bent down and pressed his ear to the ground, listening carefully. After a moment, he raised his eyebrows and shouted in a low voice, "Get ready!" When the 100 or so people heard the order, they immediately prepared for battle. "Get on your horses!" Lu Yi ordered again. Everyone mounted their horses, their movements uniform and their expressions solemn. "Let's go!" Lu Yi glanced at them and took the lead, heading in the direction of Thousand Flows. At this moment, the Black Scarf Army was attacking the city. Huge flaming rocks flew through the sky under the effect of the catapults, either smashing into the city walls or falling into the city. The thick city walls were filled with potholes. There were many damaged areas in the city as well. Dead and injured people could be seen everywhere. Near the city walls, it was a scene of purgatory. After an hour of stone-throwing baptism and another hour of arrow rain, Black Cloth finally launched a large-scale attack on the city. The bandits roared and charged forward like a tidal wave. Some of them carried simple ladders, while others held shields in front of them. They were very aggressive. Qian Lu had already blocked such an attack several times. This time he was naturally familiar with it. The place where the battle between the two sides was the fiercest was at the section of the city wall where the east gate was located. Time and time again, Black Turban Army valiantly climbed up the city wall with the help of scaling ladders, but all of them were chopped down by Qian Lu's defending army. In the city gate tower above the east gate, Thousand Flow City Master Xie Li stood there with a solemn expression. One by one, the soldiers hurried over and reported the situation of the battle. He gave a few instructions, and the soldiers quickly left. Thousand Flow was able to withstand Black Scarf's attacks until now, not only because of the strong foundation of the city, but also because of Xie Li's coordination. It could be said that without Xie Li, Thousand Flow City would not have been able to hold on until now. He looked down at the menacing Black Scarf and clearly judged that Black Scarf could only withstand this attack. As long as they blocked this attack, Black Scarf would definitely retreat. At that time, Qian Lu would have a chance to breathe, but whether or not they could block it, he was actually not sure. In such a battle, there were too many factors that could affect the battle situation. Even if he had extremely high military accomplishments, he could not completely control the direction of the battle. He could only do his best and leave it to fate. In his mind, a young man's face appeared. It was a young man he had never seen before. 2 days ago, he suddenly came to visit and found him. He claimed to be from Ding and City, which was a few hundred miles away. At that time, the two sides had a simple conversation, and he was able to know some of the other side's arrangements. He knew that, at this time, he could not rely on external forces, but he still could not help but look forward to it. If there really was a surprise attack, it should have appeared now, right? Turning his gaze, he scanned the entire battlefield. But what made him feel disappointed was that all he could see was Black Scarf. There was no surprise attack at all. This made him wonder if the scene 2 days ago had really happened. Because after that young man left, he had specially ordered his subordinates to secretly follow him. But in the blink of an eye, the other person had disappeared. The other person had mysteriously appeared and then disappeared like a ghost. What's that over there? A person dressed as a strategist beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Xie Li looked in the direction of his gaze and vaguely saw some small black dots rapidly approaching from that direction. His expression changed, and he immediately urged his spirit power to strengthen his eyes. His vision became slightly clearer. Cavalry. Xie Li frowned. He could see that a cavalry had suddenly come over there. Although he could not see the leader clearly, it was similar to the young man he had seen 2 days ago. But there were not many cavalry, only about 100 or so. Xie Li's gaze looked behind this cavalry, but he did not see anything. Could this be the surprise attack that young man had mentioned? 100 or so people, even if all of them had cultivation. What could they do in such a battlefield? At most, they could charge a few times in the battle formation. Once their spiritual energy was exhausted, they could only be slaughtered. "Sir, are these people from Black Scarf?" the strategist asked. Xie Li shook his head. He was not sure where this cavalry came from, but looking at their posture, it was obvious that they were going straight behind Black Scarf. Black Scarf also noticed the cavalry and immediately sent out a team of 500 people to meet them. The distance between them quickly closed. Xie Li's gaze was fixed on them. He knew that he would soon be able to determine the position of this cavalry. Whether they were friend or foe, it would depend on the next encounter between the two sides. 10 breaths later, the two teams collided. Xie Li's expression changed. This was because the two troops were instantly caught in a fight. The cavalry that rushed over from afar was like a long arrow, easily piercing through the Black Scarf Army's formation of 500 people. They didn't even look back as they continued to kill. In just this one round, over 100 of the 500 people had died, and they did not even have the ability to stop the cavalry for a moment. Wherever the cavalry passed, the Black Scarf army fell like straw. The strategist said in shock, "Where did these people come from? Fighting alone against many, yet they were unstoppable." The leader's cultivation is definitely not ordinary. The majority of the troops must have cultivation. Ding-in. Xia Li's eyes lit up. He was finally certain that the matter from 2 days ago had truly happened. That mysterious young man had come and brought a cavalry with him. The only unfortunate thing was that there were too few of them. Ding An's people? Hearing this, the strategist came to a realization. Previously, I heard that Black Scarf had gone to disturb Ding, but was defeated by them. It seems that Ding and also understands the principle of being intimately interdependent. This should only be the vanguard. Ding An's main army will probably arrive soon. Thinking like this, the strategist's heart became excited. If Ding An's main army could attack Black Scarf from behind, then with Qian Lu's pincer attack, they really would have a chance of defeating Black Scarf. As he spoke, the strategist was shocked again. What are they doing? It could not be helped. In his field of vision, the cavalry that had originally been in a straight line suddenly changed their formation. Over 100 people formed an arrow shape and headed straight for the center of the Black Scarf army. The strategist almost could not bear to watch. Even if the cavalry had previously displayed great mobility and destructive power, they should not have taken such a risk. The most correct method for them should have been to roam around the edges of the Black Scarf army and not directly attack the center. This was because the risk was too great. Once the momentum of their attack was blocked, they would be surrounded by enemies. When that time came, no one would be able to survive under that kind of siege unless they could continuously maintain a powerful momentum. Xia Li also could not understand what this cavalry was trying to do. In his opinion, the other party's method was completely suicidal. 10 li away from Qianlu, Lu Yi took the lead and gave the order. "Everyone follow closely." Aside from him, everyone else in the cavalry unit was nervous and restless. Although they all had cultivation, none of them had done such a crazy thing before. What Xia Li and the strategist could see, they naturally understood even more clearly. If they fell behind, it would be certain death, so everyone was on full alert. At the moment, the only thing that gave them a sense of security was the fusion of qi from the disc array. Under the effect of the disc array, they could clearly feel that the consumption of their spiritual power was extremely small. This undoubtedly meant that their endurance was several times stronger than usual. The true collision erupted at this moment. Everyone followed Lu Ye's figure and charged forward without a care for anything else. Miserable cries rang out one after another, and the stench of blood was extremely pungent. Afterwards, everyone was shocked to discover that the cavalry unit's speed had not decreased in the slightest. No matter how many enemies there were in front of them, the cavalry unit of over 100 people was like an unstoppable arrow. Everyone who came into contact with them died on the spot. Along the way, they cut through the waves, leaving corpses lying on the ground. In just half a cup of tea's time, the cavalry unit had already rushed into the center of the Black Scarf army, but there was still no sign of their offensive being hindered. It was as if the ones in front of them were not the infamous Black Scarf army, but some random cats and dogs. Are we really that strong? One by one, the cavalrymen who had followed Lu Yi to this place couldn't help but have strange thoughts. Although they knew that with the help of the magical array disc, they could display strength far beyond their own cultivation, none of them had expected their charge to go so smoothly in such a battle. It turns out we really are that strong. Insignificant Black Scarf army, just a bunch of clowns. With this change in mind, they all gradually became firm, and their previous uneasiness disappeared. The cavalry unit completely let go of their hands and feet, and in an instant the Black Scarf army suffered even more casualties. End of chapter. Chapter 1945. On top of the city gate, Xia Li and the tactician beside him were dazzled. Originally, They were not optimistic about the cavalry's risky actions. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge surprise? There were more than 100 people in this cavalry unit, and all of them were cultivators, especially the young man in the lead. He was undoubtedly the strongest. When he waved his spear, no one within 3 feet of him would be able to survive. It could be said that the reason why this cavalry unit could be so unstoppable was because of the young man in the lead. What a valiant general! The tactician's eyes lit up. He suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Sir, such a fierce general cannot be lost. If we can subdue this cavalry, we will have a 20% chance of victory against the Black Scarf army." Xie Li nodded. Not bad. Even if the tactician did not mention it, Xie Li would have appreciated such a talent after seeing such a cavalry. The tactician said, based on this subordinate's observation, they seem to want to break through the Black Scarf army's formation, and they are heading towards the city gate. Sir, we need to provide support. Xie Li immediately understood what the tactician was planning. He waved his hand, and a messenger came forward. Sir, order the city gate guards to open the city gate and provide support to the cavalry below. Yes. Although there was a huge risk in opening the city gate at this time, it was worth paying some price if they could receive the cavalry team in. Such a cavalry would definitely play a huge role in the battle against the Black Scarf army. Moreover, the other party was clearly aiming for the city gate. They probably wanted to enter the city to rest and reorganize after the charge. Xie Li was now worried that the back of the cavalry was not enough. If so, they might not be able to reach the city gate. But soon he found that his worries were unnecessary. The cavalry of more than 100 people had not slowed down at all. Occasionally, a horse would be damaged, and the nearby companions would help in time, pulling the victim onto their own horse. In half a cup of tea's time, the entire Black Scarf army had been penetrated, and the cavalry was less than 3 zhang away from the city gate. They're here. Xie Li clenched his fists. Creak! The heavy gate slowly opened, and a large number of guards swarmed out from within the city. They fought desperately with the black scarves in front of them, creating an opportunity for the cavalry to break through. Xie Li let out a long sigh. At this point, there should be no more accidents. The cavalry should be able to enter the city safely. However, at this moment, his eyes widened. Extreme shock and astonishment appeared in his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The tactician's expression froze as well. What are they doing? In their field of vision, the cavalry that was charging straight towards the city gate actually glided in an arc 1,000 feet away from the city gate and charged towards the other side. As always, they were unstoppable. Weren't they going to enter the city? Were they still going to charge? Unreasonable, unreasonable. That strategist's mentality instantly exploded. How could there be such a boorish person in this world? The fact that they could pierce through Black Scarf's military formation was indeed astonishing. But how could such an offensive last? In order to receive them, Qian Lu even took the initiative to open the city gates. In the end, they didn't even look at them and turned to leave. As a result, loopholes appeared in Qian Lu's defense. Instantly, danger arose from all sides. Originally, Black Scarf couldn't take down the city and could only use lives to fill in the gaps. However, at this moment, the city gates were wide open. The nearby Black Scarf army immediately swarmed over like cats smelling blood. In an instant, the pressure at the East City Gate was enormous. Even if the guards fought desperately, they were defeated and were about to be pushed into the city by Black Scarf. Xie Li had no energy to pay attention to the cavalry. Under orders, all the guards were hurriedly transferred to the city gates to fill in the gaps. If the city gates weren't closed, this would always be the weakest point in the defense. Just as he was in a terrible fix, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the cavalry charging back from the corner of his eyes. They were still so invincible. Everywhere they passed, no one from Black Scarf could resist. They all died, tragically on the spot. The cavalry charged over, and the city gates were instantly empty. The guards, who were originally under great pressure, stared blankly at the numerous corpses lying on the ground in front of them. For a moment, they were somewhat at a loss. The cavalry didn't charge too far. Instead, after charging for a while, they made a big turn and charged back, once again annihilating the Black Scarf army who charged over. Such a surprise force! Xie Li's lips were trembling. He knew that he had underestimated the power of this cavalry. The role that these 100 people played on the battlefield was beyond his imagination. The cavalry's actions at this moment were undoubtedly helping them reduce the pressure on the city gates, allowing them to have the time to close the city gates again. "Close the city gates," Xie Li angrily ordered. After the cavalry charged back and forth a few times, the East City gate was finally closed again. Only then did the cavalry leave the battlefield, as if they had nothing to worry about. They continued to charge and kill without restraint like before. "Little friend, the commander flag over there is where the Black Scarf leader is. Kill him, and we will win this battle," Xie Li hurriedly shouted to Lu Yi below. Indeed, the cavalry killed a lot of Black Scarf army and completely disrupted the formation of the Black Scarf army. However, as long as the Black Scarf leader was not dead, this battle would not end. On the contrary, if they could kill the Black Scarf leader, the Black Scarf army would immediately become scattered sand. At that time, even Qian Lu could open the city gates to meet the enemy. Based on the power displayed by the cavalry before, Xie Li felt that they could complete this decapitation operation and immediately gave a hint. This was because he found that although the cavalry was brave and unparalleled, they didn't seem to notice the obvious commander flag at all. However, what made Xie Li feel helpless was that even though he reminded them, the other party didn't intend to follow his instructions. They still charged in the direction with the most Black Scarf army. This young man, was he blind? However, in the next moment, Xie Li revealed a shocked expression, because under the commander flag, a tall figure suddenly spurred a horse forward, and a group of soldiers followed closely beside him. Xie Li hurriedly shouted again, "Little friend, be careful. The Black Scarf leader is coming for you." Obviously, the other side saw that the destructive power of the cavalry led by Lu Yi was too strong and decided to personally stop them. The Black Turban leader was also helpless. Since the appearance of the cavalry, countless Black Turban army soldiers had died under their hands. At first, he was also shocked by the strength of the cavalry. The reason why he waited until now was because he felt that the time was right. After such an intense charge, how much strength could the cavalry display? In order to take down the cavalry in one fell swoop, not only did the Black Scarf leader personally take action, he even brought his own personal guards. This was the most elite force of the entire Black Scarf army, and their numbers were more than 3 times that of the cavalry. On horseback, Lu Yi, who was leading the charge, blinked. He naturally heard Xie Li's shout and felt helpless. He had his own plan and didn't want to fight the Black Scarf leader too early. According to his few experience, if he killed the Black Scarf leader, this experience would basically be over. However, he didn't want to kill the enemy, but he couldn't stop the enemy from coming to seek death. He slightly paid attention to the Black Scarf leader's position. This was easy to observe because the Black Scarf leader had a flag bearer next to him. For the next half an hour, Lu Yi led the cavalry to avoid the Black Scarf leader's personal guards. This scene made Xie Li speechless, but in the Black Scarf leader's eyes, this was undoubtedly the other party showing weakness. However, the other party was too fast and slippery like a loach. The Black Scarf leader tried to surround him several times but failed. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He turned to look at his flag bearer and ordered his flag to be covered. With this, Lu Yi didn't know where the Black Scarf leader was and could only lead the cavalry to constantly change directions. After another incense stick's worth of time, a group of soldiers in bright armor suddenly appeared in front of them. The leader had a tempting number of 10,000 floating above his head. Lu Yi sighed and didn't avoid it. This couldn't be helped. The Black Scarf leader deliberately hid himself and deliberately targeted the cavalry. so they would meet sooner or later. "Smelly brat, let's see where you'll run this time." The Black Scarf leader ground his teeth, so hard that they almost broke. His face was filled with anger as he glared at Lu Yi, as if he couldn't wait to skin him alive. Saying so, the Black Scarf leader personally rushed forward to meet Lu Yi, waving a huge 300-kilogram machete in his hand. Behind him, many of his personal guards also stepped forward. With his spirit chi surging, Lu Yi immediately recognized that this guy was a first-order spirit stream realm cultivator. As expected of the Black Scarf leader, an existence worth 10,000 Azura seals was different from ordinary soldiers. After such a long battle, Lu Ye's spirit chi and physical strength had been greatly consumed. If he had fought this Black Scarf leader one-on-one, he might have had some trouble, but unfortunately he wasn't alone. Almost as soon as the Black Scarf leader chopped down, Lu Yi pushed his spirit chi, and in an instant, the phantom image of a giant turtle flashed. The Black Scarf leader was startled, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically because the other party's spear was stabbing straight towards him. This spear contained a power that he couldn't resist, causing the machete in his hand to tremble and open wide. The tip of the spear rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. "My life is over." The Black Scarf leader felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't believe that after maintaining such a high-intensity battle for such a long time, his opponent could still use such a terrifying killing move. Just when the Black Scarf leader thought he was going to die, Lu Ye's spear slightly tilted down and pierced his collarbone. Then Lu Yi directly lifted the Black Scarf leader up and threw him into the distance. Scram! Blood spurted out as the Black Scarf leader flew out with a stunned look on his face and crashed heavily to the ground. Atop the city gate, Xia Li's look of pleasant surprise turned into one of shock as the corners of his eyes twitched. What is he doing? He had clearly seen that in the brief confrontation just now, Lu Yi clearly had the opportunity to kill the Black Scarf leader, but for some reason he had spared his life. What does this mean? Xia Li couldn't understand. End of this chapter. Chapter 1946. The tall Black Scarf leader landed on the ground in a sorry state, and his eyes were filled with fear. At that moment, he truly felt the threat of death. If that young man wanted to, he could really kill him. But he did not know why the other party would let him go. Although he did not understand, the Black Scarf leader still made the right choice. He quickly got up and mixed into the crowd, running away. It was not good to stay here for long. His Black Scarf could not stop such a cavalry. If he continued to stay, he would definitely die. On the city gate of Thousand Flow City, Xia Li saw this scene and then looked at the cavalry led by Lu Yi killing the Black Scarf leader's personal guards like cutting melons and vegetables. He finally made up his mind. Open the city gate and fight. With this order, the city gate that was finally closed showed signs of opening again. Actually, before the city gates were closed, he already had this thought. But if he really did that, the risk was too great. He didn't know how long the cavalry could hold on. If they couldn't hold on, then taking the initiative to fight would only make Qian Lu fall into a quagmire. Until now, when he saw the Black Scarf leader escape, he did not hesitate. At this time, if he still hesitated, then he was not worthy of being the lord of Thousand Flow City. The cavalry was still charging forward. The Black Scarf leader's personal guards, who were several times more numerous than them, were no different from the ordinary soldiers. They were all defeated at the first touch. The Black Turban army finally realized that something was wrong when the gates of Qian Lu City opened and the defending army rushed out. The Black Turban army finally realized that something was wrong. Their leader was nowhere to be seen, and their formation was in a mess. Even though the generals were shouting in victory, it was difficult to reverse the situation. They were originally a bandit army. When things went smoothly, they could be powerful, but once faced with this kind of setback, they were scattered like sand. At first, only a small number of Black Scarf soldiers began to escape. Gradually, this kind of panic spread throughout the battlefield. Less than an hour after Thousand Flow City's gates opened, the Black Scarf Army was defeated like a landslide. Under Lu Ye's command, the cavalry had spread out and formed their own formations, chasing and killing in all directions. After a while, all the cavalry that followed Lu Yi fell to the ground. Even with the help of the formation plate, such a long battle had exhausted all their strength. Lu Yi was the only one left, single-handedly slaughtering his way through. He didn't stop until he killed the last black scarf in sight. The sound of horse hooves came from behind. Lu Yi turned around and saw a group of people quickly approaching him. He looked for a while and was disappointed. It was not the Black Scarf bandit army. It seemed to be people from Thousand Flow City. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the one who shouted at him on the city gate. If he guessed correctly, he should be the lord of Thousand Flow City. A moment later, they met face to face. Xie Li looked at Lu Yi, who was bathed in blood, with admiration in his eyes. The other party's valiant and heroic bearing couldn't help but appear before his eyes. If he could take such a fierce general under his command, he wouldn't need to fear the black turban and white turban in the future. He cupped his fists and bowed. "This humble one is the city lord of Thousand Flows City, Xie Li." Lu Yi nodded and bowed on horseback. "Lord is too polite. The Black Scarf bandits have angered the heavens and people. Everyone has the right to punish them." Xie Li's eyes lit up. "Little brother, you are right." This time, Thousand Flow City was able to break the siege and defeat the bandit army. It is all thanks to little brother's cavalry. "Little brother, please follow me back to the city and let me play host." Lu Yi did not refuse. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle and really needed a good rest. He immediately returned to Thousand Flow City with Xie Li. Not long after, a rider approached quickly, walked up to Xie Li and whispered something to him. Xie Li couldn't help bursting into laughter when he heard this. There was no other reason. The Black Scarf leader who had been injured by Lu Yi had been captured alive by Qian Lu's men and was currently being escorted back. Less than an hour later, Lu Yi and Xie Li arrived at the city gate. Not long after, the Black Scarf leader was tied up and brought over. Lu Yi glanced at him and felt that this guy was really too disappointing. She had clearly let him go, but he was still caught. The Black Scarf leader was injured all over, but his expression was unruly. But after meeting Lu Ye's eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. He didn't care about anyone present, but Lu Yi was different. He knew that this wasn't someone he could provoke. That spear strike from before had left him with a great psychological shadow. Lu Yi walked forward and looked down at the other party. "Your subordinates. Will they come to save you?" The Black Scarf leader hesitated for a moment and said weakly, "We are all congenial and gathered together. Now that I have been defeated and captured, the Black Scarf no longer exists. Who will come to save me?" "Then you are useless." Lu Yi sighed. If the fleeing Black Scarf leader came to save him, this leader would still have some value. As he spoke, the spear in his hand stabbed forward and pierced the other party's chest. A light flew out from the Black Scarf leader's body and into the Azura token at Lu Ye's waist. Then the corpse turned into specks of light and dissipated. Everything in the surroundings froze at this moment, and then it shattered. Lu Ye's vision blurred, and his exhaustion quickly disappeared. The indescribable feeling of weakness also disappeared at this moment. The Azura field suppression on him was gone. He had recovered his original strength. The rich aura of the world domain lingered around him. Looking around, he saw cultivators appearing and disappearing. The experience was over. Lu Yi determined the direction and immediately rushed towards the cave residence. A moment later, he sat cross-legged in his cave residence and checked his Azura token. Then his eyes widened, although he knew that he would obtain a lot of Azura seals this time. This number was still beyond his imagination. A total of 14 million Azura seals. One had to know that before entering this training scene, he only had a little over 7 million Azura seals. But now, this number had more than doubled. Taking everything into account, he had spent less than a month here. In a month, he had obtained more than 7 million Azura seals. Even Rizhao couldn't achieve this efficiency. Although the experience was very unfriendly to him and seemed to be targeted everywhere, not to mention his cultivation was suppressed, he couldn't even draw the mountain plate saber and open his storage ring, but the benefits were high. If he could go through this experience a few more times, he would be able to quickly gather enough Azura seals and exchange them for the treasures he needed. But Lu Yi had a feeling that this kind of opportunity would not come again. This time's experience, there was definitely something wrong, or rather, something wrong. He had never heard of anyone being able to obtain a large number of Azura seals by casually killing enemies in the experience. Moreover, this kind of thing was not easy to ask. 14 million Azura seals. Even the most expensive item in the treasury, the purple Dawn Cold Crystal, could be exchanged for about 10 sets. At that time, it would definitely increase the strength of his spiritual source by a lot. But if he wanted to polish his spiritual source to perfection, there was still a long way to go. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to exchange. He planned to save up 20 million Azura seals before exchanging them all at once. After admiring the huge number of Azura seals for a while, Lu Yi sent a message. "I'm back." Previously, when he was still training, he received a message from Abluo saying that Lu Yi was training. Abluo only told him to contact him after he returned. This guy and Gu Sheng definitely wanted to talk to him about something. When the three of them met last time, Lu Yi had already noticed. But since they didn't mention it, he naturally didn't ask. Most importantly, they didn't interact much and weren't familiar with each other. Now, it seemed that they had made a decision and wanted to have a good talk with him. After sending out the message, there was no response. Lu Yi didn't know what Abluo was doing. So, he simply went to the bounty hall to see if there were any missions suitable for him. Missions like the one where he helped people detoxify their poisons would save him a lot of trouble and effort. Countless cultivators training in the Azura field would always encounter accidents like this. Many of them were poisoned. If they had the ability to cure the poison, they naturally didn't need to post a bounty. But if they didn't have the ability to cure the poison, they could only rely on external help. This allowed Lu Yi to receive 2 more bounty missions. The rewards weren't much, only less than 100,000 Azura seals in total. After he was done here, Abluo also responded. Lu Yi simply reported the number of the small secret room he was in and then waited quietly. These small secret rooms in the bounty hall were usually used by the 2 parties who accepted the bounty missions. However, if the cultivators wanted to use this place to discuss some matters, it was fine as long as it didn't take up too much time. Not long after, 2 figures walked in one after another. It was Abluo and Gu Sheng. Both of them looked the same as before, but Gu Sheng seemed to have recovered from his injuries. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of injury he had suffered, only that he had encountered a strong enemy during his recent training. The 2 sat down. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi looked at Abluo and asked. Abluo laughed evilly, his voice sounding a little wretched. As he laughed, he turned to look at Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng frowned and said, "Since you've decided, there's no need to hide it." After a pause, he said, "Also, don't smile at me like that. I want to beat you up." Abluo's expression turned serious as he stared at Lu Yi and said, "Brother, do you want to get rich?" "What kind of wealth?" Lu Yi suddenly became a little vigilant. Gu Sheng was fine, with delicate skin and delicate flesh. He could tell at a glance that she was well-educated and reasonable. This guy Abluo gave him the feeling that he was a little unreliable, so when he heard his question, Lu Yi couldn't help but think of some bad things. As if seeing through his thoughts, Abluo said, "Don't worry, we won't do anything that violates the rules of the Azura field. That's the path to death." Lu Yi thought about it and agreed. In the Azura field, any kind of crooked path wouldn't have a good ending. And for Abluo and Gu Sheng to be so concerned, it was definitely not a small matter. "Tell me about it." End of chapter. Chapter 1947. A source of wealth worth 80 million Azura seals. I wonder if Brother Lu is interested. Abro lowered his voice, a sneaky look on his face. 80 million. Lu Yi was shocked. He had a decent amount of Azura seals, but he only had a little over 14 million Azura seals. He was still far from 80 million Azura seals. Even though Lu Yi knew that something that Abro and Gu Sheng were so interested in couldn't be small, he didn't expect it to be this important. If he could really gather 80 million Azura seals in a short time, even if the three of them split it equally, he would still get over 20 million Azura seals. Even if it wasn't enough to polish his cultivation source, it wouldn't be far from it. But this number, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took out his Azura token and used it to check the bounty list. When he saw the number 1 bounty, he confirmed that he hadn't remembered wrongly. He glanced at Abro, then at Gu Sheng. The source of wealth Brother Luo mentioned. Could it be? As he spoke, he pointed at the sky. Abro nodded solemnly. Brother Lu is indeed smart. You can see through it with just a hint. It's exactly what you're thinking. The number 1 bounty on the bounty list was 80 million Azura seals for providing any concrete information about the Azura field's location. Lu Yi had seen this mission the first time he came to the bounty hall. This was undoubtedly a mission issued by a senior practitioner, so there was no doubt that it represented an extremely powerful force behind it. Since ancient times, countless experts had come to the Azura field in search of this starry sky treasure. This bounty had probably been there for many years, yet no one had completed it. It was obvious how difficult it was. Lu Yi was confused. Do you have any clues about this? Abro turned to look at Gu Sheng. This kid has. Lu Yi was even more confused. If that's the case, just accept the bounty. Lu Yi was shocked. Could it be that the two of you are tempted by this treasure? That was a starry sky treasure. How could Yu Yao get her hands on it? Countless people were searching for it in the entire Azura field. Even if Yu Yao got her hands on it, she wouldn't be able to use it. Gu Sheng shook his head and said, I am indeed tempted, but that's all there is to it. Furthermore, he did not seem to be able to explain too much, and could only say, that bounty requires one to provide concrete information in order to obtain the bounty. Therefore, a mere clue is useless. What we need to do is to dig out this information. Lu Yi thought about it and agreed. He asked, Brother Gu is from the Yellow Dragon realm. There should be Sunshine realm cultivators in the Azura realm. Why didn't you tell them about the situation? Gu Sheng replied, That's because that's a training ground that only Yu Yao can enter. Rizhou can't enter. Lu Yi understood. If that was the case, even if Gu Sheng told the situation to Rizhou, they would be helpless. Then what do you need me to do? Gu Sheng had already joined forces with ABD Luo. The two of them were ranked first and second on the Yu Yao ranking. If the two of them joined forces, no one on the Yu Yao ranking would be a match for them. I went to that place alone before. That's how I got injured. Let's not talk about the details for now. At the end, there's an extremely ancient and powerful Yanjia. I can't defeat it alone. Even if I join forces with Radish Head, we won't be able to defeat it. Radish Head. Lu Yi glanced at ABD Luo and saw his disdainful expression. But if Brother Lu joins forces, the three of us should be able to take it down. If Lu Yi had not suddenly appeared, he could only join forces with ABD Luo to try. However, Lu Ye's appearance in the Azura realm made Gu Sheng see a new possibility. If the three of them joined forces, one was a physical cultivator, one was a spiritual cultivator, and one was a weapon cultivator. No matter how strong the Yanjia was, as long as it was not at the Sunshine level, it would not be a match for them. As long as they could get rid of the Yanjia, they could search for the final secret. According to the information he obtained, it was definitely related to the Azura realm. At that time, not only could they complete the mission on the bounty board and obtain a large number of Azura seals, they could even report the information to the Sunshine of this world. After listening to Gu Sheng's explanation, Lu Yi fell silent. He could feel that Abd Luo and Gu Xing did not have any ill intentions towards him, so there was no problem in joining forces. However, there were still some things he had to ask. The scene that Brother Gu entered, can it be entered repeatedly? Some of the training scenes in the Azura realm could only be entered once. Only a few of them could be entered repeatedly. Lu Yi knew about this, so he asked this question. Not really, I can still enter twice. Gu Shang replied, Moreover, I brought something out from there. With this item, I can bring at most 2 companions with me. Lu Yi understood. There was a limit to the number of people who could enter. It was no wonder Gu Shen came to him. If there were no such restrictions with the Yellow Dragon realm's background, he would not have found an outsider to cooperate with. Then, if we succeed, how will we split the Azura seals? Lu Yi asked again. Since it was a cooperation, it was natural to discuss all the details in advance. Although Lu Yi had a good impression of Abd Luo and Gu Sheng, in this world, one could know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. It was better to be careful. I will take 50%, and the 2 of you will split the remaining 50%. Gu Sheng said. Lu Yi nodded, fair enough. Gu Sheng was the one who discovered the training scene. He and Abd Luo also needed Gu Sheng to bring them in. All they needed to do was join forces to fight against the powerful Yanjia, so there was no problem in splitting the loot. Half of 50%, that was 20 million Azura seals. That was quite a number. Brother Lu, you mean? Gu Sheng looked at him. Although he could guess from Lu Ye's tone, he still needed a definite answer. Let's do it. Lu Yi nodded. Such a good thing had come knocking on his door, so there was no reason to miss it. Gu Sheng smiled. It was truly devastatingly beautiful. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Suddenly, an Azura contract appeared in front of him. Although a gentleman keeps his word and I'm willing to trust Brother Lu, it's still better to sign a contract. The main reason was that Lu Yi was not familiar with them, so no one knew his true nature. In this case, an Azura contract was necessary. No problem. Lu Yi did not refuse. He checked the various conditions on the Azura contract. This should have been drawn up by Gu Sheng long ago, and there were not many restrictions. It only stipulated that the 3 of them had to work together sincerely during the training and were not allowed to plot against each other. There was also a share of the loot after the mission was completed. Gu Sheng and Abd Luo had already left their marks on it. Lu Yi also left his mark, and the Azura contract immediately turned into a fluorescent light, enveloping the 3 of them. The talon tree immediately reacted, and a large amount of gray fog rose up. After the agreement, Gu Sheng and Abd Luo stood up together. He looked at Lu Yi and said, Brother Lu has just returned from training, so you should rest for a few days and make some preparations. When you are ready to train again, just send a message to the 2 of us. Abd Luo and Gu Sheng left. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, but did not linger, and quickly returned to his cave. There was nothing to prepare. He had all the cultivation and recovery resources with him, so there was no need for him to heal himself. He only needed to wait a few days. After this period of recovery, he could enter the training scene again, and the talent tree would probably be able to burn away the power of the Azura contract. However, there was one thing that he was very concerned about. He reached into his bosom and took out the die of fate, placing it in front of him. This thing that was the size of a baby's fist was very evil. Lu Yi clearly remembered that before the last training, he had deliberately left this thing in his cave. However, he did not know why it had followed him into the training scene. Although it had given him a great luck, he could not guarantee that it would give him a great misfortune at any time. Especially the next training scene. That was a place that even Gu Sheng had been heavily injured. Therefore, even if Lu Yi was reluctant, he had to quickly get rid of this thing. With a thought, Lu Yi grabbed the die of fate and entered the Azura treasury, quickly arriving at a place. Then, he placed the die of fate on a cylinder in front of him. Some of the treasures that cultivators obtained in the Azura battlefield could be recycled by the Azura treasury, and they would be rewarded with Azura seals. Most cultivators would use this method to evaluate the value of treasures that they did not recognize. Of course, not everything would be recycled by the treasury. Only some special and valuable items had the qualifications to be recycled. Last time, Lu Yi had used this method to obtain specific information about the Die of Fate. However, he had not thought of recycling it at that time. At this moment, after the Die of Fate was placed, the same information as last time appeared in Lu Ye's mind. Die of Fate, the attribute treasure of a supreme treasure. Seek fortune, avoid disaster, defy the heavens, and change one's fate. Everything is in this die. He silently chanted recycle in his mind. However, there was no response. This thing could not be recycled. He frowned and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly took out the sword gourd, took back the Die of Fate, and placed the sword gourd on it. Sword gourd, the attribute treasure of a supreme treasure, the vine of good fortune. It can devour treasures to derive sword chi. The higher the quality of the treasures it devours, the stronger the sword chi. If all 7 gourds are collected, it can reveal the wonders of good fortune. The information he obtained did not know whether the sword gourd could be recycled. Lu Yi did not dare to try. If it succeeded, the sword gourd would be gone. Moreover, only now did he know that the vine of good fortune actually had 7 attribute treasures. The pill gourd was with him. It was now under the control of his second senior sister and was used to refine pills. He had heard of the wind gourd, but he had never heard of the remaining 4. As for the wonders of good fortune after collecting all 7 gourds, Lu Yi did not understand at all. Putting away the sword gourd, Lu Yi frowned. He originally wanted to let the Azura field recycle the Die of Fate. However, this plan did not work. It seemed that this thing was tied to him. What kind of logic was this? Helpless, he could only give up. After all, it was the attribute treasure of a supreme treasure. Who knew when it would play an unexpected role? As for what if something bad was shaken out, at least he still had the talent tree to burn it. Today I have something to do, so I have to go out. Only 1 chapter. Please forgive me. Chapter 1948. A few days later, 3 figures gathered in Lu Ye's cave mansion. Apart from him, the other 2 were Abdaluo and Gusheng, who had rushed over after receiving his message. Is everything ready? Gusheng asked. Abdaluo clenched his fists and bumped them in front of him. Let's go! After doing this, he would be able to eat and drink well in the future. Gusheng then looked at Lu Yi, who nodded slightly. Then let's go. Saying so, he took the lead and flew up into the sky, with Lu Yi and Abdaluo following behind him. A moment later, another object appeared in his hand. It was a square object that looked like a crystal chip. It was the object that Gusheng had obtained from the special training scene. This object had no other use except to allow Gusheng to enter the training scene again. According to him, with this object, he had 2 more chances to enter the training scene. Urging his magic power, the crystal suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, enveloping the 3 of them, and then they disappeared. Boundless darkness shrouded the surroundings, and Lu Yi also lost track of Gusheng and Abdaluo's auras. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, he frowned again. Why was it that ever since he came to this Azura arena, other than the first time he entered the training scene, which was still considered normal, the remaining few times were all so strange? Originally, he thought that there would be no problems this time. After all, he was not alone this time. He was teaming up with Gusheng and Abdaluo, and he was using that special object to lead them into a special training scene. However, the current situation was clearly the same as the previous few times. This made him feel very helpless. Brother Luo? Lu Yi tried to call out, Brother Gu? There was no response, and when he released his divine sense, he could not detect any aura or vitality. It was as if he was the only person in this boundless darkness. Last time, he had to wait for 2 full days in this darkness before he could leave. How long would he have to wait this time? Would it be the same for Gu Sheng and Abdeo? With his previous experience, Lu Yi did not panic and simply stood in place and waited. A moment later, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Faintly, he seemed to hear something similar to the sound of wind. But listening carefully, it did not sound like the sound of wind, but more like an ethereal shout. They were shouting his name. Lu Yi frowned and secretly activated his magic power to protect his body. His big hand rested on the hilt of the Panshan saber. After thinking for a moment, he walked in the direction of the sound. This encounter seemed to be a little different from the previous ones. After walking for a while, the sound suddenly became much clearer, and a blurry light door appeared in front of him. On the other side of the light door, there was a distorted shadow standing there like flowing water. He could vaguely make out that the figure was that of a woman. It seemed to be waving at him, and the voice calling out to him came from that direction. Lu Yi became even more vigilant. In such a strange place, encountering such a strange thing, no one dared to let their guard down. He came to a stop 10 zhang away from the door of light. At this distance, the figure of the woman outside the door of light was clearly clearer, and the voice was also much clearer. "Come here, Senior Brother Lu. Come here. Don't be afraid. It's me." Lu Yi carefully identified the voice and vaguely felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. He turned his head to look at the road, but he couldn't see anything, only endless darkness. Calming his mind, he strode forward. There was no certain death in the Azura field. He wanted to see what kind of demons and monsters were in front of him. As if sensing his approach, the woman behind the door of light took a few steps back. In the last 10 zhang, Lu Yi rushed out and passed through the door of light in an instant. The moment the clang sounded, the Panshan saber was unsheathed and fiercely slashed forward. In the next instant, Lu Ye's movements froze. His mountain pan saber, reinforced with a divine edge, was placed against a woman's slender white neck. The woman's smile and anticipation turned into shock. After a short moment of hesitation, she rejoiced at having escaped death. She forced a smile at Lu Yi and said, "Senior brother." Lu Yi looked at the other party in shock. For a moment, he didn't know if he was hallucinating. Junior sister, duo. The woman who called out to him from behind the door of light was actually Chi Duo he met in the final soul world. It was also because he saw the other party's face that Lu Yi suddenly stopped. Otherwise, if this saber really slashed down, Chi Duo would have died. No. Lu Yi suddenly realized something. "What did you call me?" he asked. Chi Duo was only a shadow, a condensation of the traces left behind by countless cultivators who had come here to train. Under the operation of the Azura field, she could appear in the final soul world and become a member of the Cloud Radish Holy Land. She could also appear in other training scenes and have other identities. After leaving the final soul world and entering this strange place, even if he met Chi Duo again, she shouldn't recognize him. "Senior brother, I'm Duo. Chi Duo looked at Lu Yi with a sincere expression. "I was injured before, and it was you who helped treat me. There's also the matter of my bloodline. Was it really that Chi Duo?" Lu Ye's mind stirred. This is the final soul world. He came back again? This is not the final soul world. Chi Duo replied. Kaido replied and glanced at the Panshan saber on his neck. "Senior brother, can you take the saber away first?" "Sorry." Lu Yi hurriedly put away the Panshan saber. Chi Duo shrunk her neck and reached out to touch the place that was cold before. There were no traces of injury. Although she knew that Lu Yi was very strong, it was difficult to truly understand this kind of strength without personally experiencing it. She was also Yu Yao, but when Lu Yi slashed down, she didn't have time to react at all. At this moment, Lu Yi was looking around. This was a valley with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Not far away, there was a small wooden house. The entire valley was dotted with colorful flowers that gathered into a sea of flowers. When he looked back, there was no trace of the light door from before. However, what he experienced just now wasn't an illusion. On the other side of the light door, the one who called out to him and led him here was undoubtedly Achiduo. Combined with what he saw and heard, he gradually realized one thing. Achiduo shouldn't be a shadow, but a cultivator of this era like him. He turned his head and looked at Achiduo. I need an explanation. Even if Achiduo was really a cultivator of this era, how did she have the ability to lead him to this place? At this moment, he should be in that special place with Gu Sheng and Abdullah. Achiduo nodded. Of course, I will explain everything to senior brother. A moment later, the two of them sat at a round table outside the small wooden house. Achiduo was brewing tea. The rich fragrance of the tea permeated the air, and her movements were very elegant. After a while, the tea was ready. Achiduo poured a cup for Lu Yi, then looked at him and said, Senior brother, let me tell you a story first. Lu Yi remained silent. Achiduo continued, a long time ago, there was a particularly powerful race. They controlled a starry sky treasure and used it as their foundation to continuously develop and strengthen themselves. As time passed, the power of this race continued to expand outward, conquering one star system after another. According to ancient records, when this race was at its strongest, the surrounding hundreds of star systems were their territory. If nothing unexpected happened, they might have been able to conquer more star systems and continue expanding their territory. However, an earth-shattering war suddenly broke out. This race encountered an extremely powerful enemy, and both sides fought for countless years. In the end, this race repelled the enemy. Although they paid a huge price, they won the final victory. They thought that they had won. Akito's expression suddenly became a bit strange, as if he was sad and regretful. But in fact, those powerful enemies have left an unsolvable hidden danger for this race. All the clansmen of this race have been poisoned by a kind of weird bloodline inheritance. This kind of poison is not dangerous, nor does it affect their cultivation. The only thing it will affect is the lifespan of the clansmen of this race. Since then, the highest lifespan of the new generation of people has been less than 200 years. When the experts of the older generation gradually withered and died, the new generation of people could not take over, and the decline of the race was inevitable. Many years ago, on the eve of the last expert's death, he had a premonition of the final fate of his race, so he made some arrangements to make the outside world think that this race had been completely wiped out. After all, this race had made many enemies during their conquest of the outside world. As such, they borrowed the power of that supreme treasure to hide in a secret place, reproducing and living for generations, struggling at death's door. Until today, the story was finished. It was not complicated. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was shaken. Before he left the 9 provinces, he had learned some information about the Azura field from Su Yuqing. Now he was talking about the various imprints with Akito, and in the final world he had helped Akito burn away the bloodline curse poison in her body. The matter was clear. You are from the Azura race? Chiduo stood up, and her black hair suddenly turned silver. Even her eyes flashed with silver light. Her temperament changed from gentle to boundless coldness. She cupped her fist solemnly. Azura Chiduo greets senior brother Lu. Although he had guessed it, and although Chiduo had admitted it herself, Lu Yi still looked her up and down in surprise. He had once asked Su Yuqing what the Azura race looked like, but Su Yuqing did not know. Because the Azura race had been extinct for too long, there was no information to verify. Only now did he know that the Azura race did not look much different from the human race. Moreover, this race had not been extinct and had been hiding in a secret place. As for Chiduo's silver hair and silver eyes, Lu Yi did not know whether it was a special case or a common phenomenon. No wonder, when he was in the final world, Lu Yi had noticed that Chi Duo's talent was outstanding. He had thought that she was a shadow left behind by a monster of a certain era in the Azura field, but he did not expect that she was actually from the Azura race. End of chapter. Chapter 1949. According to the ancient records, the heavenly Azura race was born with a unique advantage. Almost everyone had the aptitude for cultivation, and peerless geniuses that rarely appeared in thousands of years would often emerge. It was also because of this that this race could be so powerful during its heyday. Otherwise, with just a starry sky treasure, if the potential of the race was not enough, it would not be able to become strong. Whether a race could become strong or not depended on its clansmen. Akito was a member of the heavenly Azura race, so it was not strange for her to have such aptitude. This is where your race lives in seclusion? Lu Yi asked. Since the heavenly Azura race still had Akito, there must be other clansmen, but he had not seen them yet. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he roughly knew the reason. The heavenly Azura race was plagued by the bloodline curse, and their lifespan was less than 200 years. Then, there were definitely no powerful cultivators in their race. Yu Yao, like Akito, was definitely one of the best among them. Such a race with such a precious treasure could not be too careful when facing a top expert like Yu Yao. Moreover, combined with his previous experiences, Lu Yi vaguely understood many things that puzzled him. Then why did you bring me here? Lu Yi asked, already having a guess in his heart. Akito did not answer. Instead, she asked, Senior brother should be the current successor of the Dao tree lineage, right? How so? Lu Ye's expression did not change. Akito said, back then the last expert of our race, left behind his last words. The bloodline curse of our race can only be cured by the Dao tree lineage. Therefore, we have been living in seclusion here for so many years, firstly to avoid disaster, and secondly to wait for senior brother's arrival. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, After so many years, there is more than one successor of the Dao tree. Could it be that you have not waited for other successors? The Azura field was a famous place. Any cultivator who had heard of it would come to see it. So Lu Yi did not feel that he was the only successor of the Dao tree to come here. Then why did the previous successors of the Dao tree not help the heavenly Azura race resolve the bloodline curse? Although Akito gave him a good impression, there were some things that he still had to be careful about. No matter how poor the heavenly Azura race was, they still controlled a starry sky treasure. If he looked down on them because they were in dire straits, it would not end well for him. Hearing Lu Ye's question, Akijuo couldn't help but smile bitterly. According to the past records, in the years since our clan went into seclusion, including senior brother, there have been 3 successors of the Dao tree who have entered the Azura field. The first one was about 50,000 years ago, but when that person came, he was already in the sunshine, so our clan didn't dare to rashly come into contact with him. It was reasonable. The heavenly Azura tribe did not have any elites. How would Rizhao dare to casually come into contact with them? Especially since it was related to a starry sky treasure like the Azura field. Even Rizhao would be tempted. And the second one? Lu Yi asked. The second one was a bit more recent, about 10,000 years ago. But according to the records, that person's personality was evil, and he didn't pass the test set by our clan, so he couldn't be entrusted. 10,000 years ago. Lu Ye's heart jolted. Wasn't that the Chao Nian of the 9 prefectures? In the previous 9 prefectures, calamities and tribulations were triggered because of him. His nature was indeed evil, because he had used the talent tree to devour many geniuses from various top realms. It was normal that the heavenly Azura clan did not dare to rashly come into contact with such a person. Lu Yi keenly noticed something else. A test? I passed the test? Since Akito had brought him here and told him so much, it was obvious that he had passed the heavenly Azura clan's test. He couldn't help but think of the various strange things during the last experience. He could see the Azura marks on those people's heads, and the ordinary people had more Azura marks than the bandits. In such an environment, no matter who he killed, he could obtain Azura marks, and many hidden evils could be stimulated. But from the beginning to the end, he had only killed bandits and bandit army. He had never felt sorry for the ordinary people who had done no evil, and was even willing to lend a hand. So that was the test. You've been secretly observing me. Lu Yi frowned and instantly saw through the key point. Senior brother, please forgive us. This matter concerns the future of our clan, so we didn't dare to be careless. Akido looked apologetic. So the fact that I could see the numbers representing the Azura marks was all because of you? Akido nodded. With the power of the Azura field, our clan can do such things. After killing the enemy, you can obtain Azura marks on the spot with the help of the Azura field, because only then can we truly see a person's true nature. Lu Yi said, Then what about suppressing my cultivation to 4 apertures? Akido looked embarrassed. The clan leader said that insignificance reveals one's true nature. The weaker one is, the more one's true nature will be revealed. Everything was clear now. No wonder the situation during the last experience was so strange. Lu Yi had felt that the Azura field was targeting him from the beginning, but now it seemed that it was not the Azura field that was targeting him, but the heavenly Azura clan's arrangement. But Akido looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression. The Azura field seems to be unable to suppress the power of the Tao tree, so senior brother's cultivation can still improve during the experience, which then led to some adjustments in the Azura field. Adjustments? Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. Well, senior brother, didn't you notice that the enemies you encountered later were getting stronger and stronger? This is the result of the Azura field's adjustments. However, it seemed that it did not cause Lu Yi much trouble from beginning to end. Lu Yi suddenly understood. At that time, he had felt that the enemies he encountered seemed to be getting stronger as his strength increased. He thought it was normal, but now it seemed that it was the result of the Azura field's self-adjustment. To be honest, without the talent tree, it would not have been easy for Lu Yi to fight against the Black Turban in such a scene with his cultivation. But it was because of the talent tree that he was able to create the simple twin chi connection array disk, and everything went smoothly. You've been watching me from the beginning? Lu Yi asked. Although he knew that the heavenly Azura clan had no ill intentions toward him, it still did not feel good to be secretly watched. No. Akido shook her head. Akijuo shook her head. Actually, when senior brother first came in, we didn't know that you were the successor of the Tao tree, but we have people who have been watching the Bounty Hall. Bounty Hall? Lu Yi thought for a moment and suddenly realized. After he finished the Moonjade role, he went to the Bounty Hall and accepted a few missions to help people cure their poison. It should be at that time that he began to be watched by the heavenly Azura clan. So, later on, when he was training in the Netherworld realm, it became a little strange. Akijuo used some unknown method to enter and come into close contact with Lu Yi, secretly spying on him until she was injured. When Lu Yi was treating her, he noticed the strangeness of her bloodline and helped her get rid of the bloodline curse in her. As such, Akijuo was finally sure that Lu Yi was the savior that her clan had been waiting for. The training in the Netherworld realm allowed the heavenly Azura clan to determine their goal. Then, the training to eliminate the Black Turban army was a test that the heavenly Azura clan had set for Lu Yi. He passed the test, making the heavenly Azura clan feel that he was worthy of their trust. So, this time they brought him here and had Akijuo explain the whole story to him. As for the Azura seal reward at the end of the training in the Netherworld realm, it was completely because the heavenly Azura clan had interfered with the operation of the Azura field. It could even be said that Lu Ye's bitter wait before entering the training scene was also because of this. It could be seen that the heavenly Azura clan was very cautious. After all, they were very weak right now, and Lu Yi stood at the peak of the Moonjade role. If he wasn't careful enough, there was no telling when he would be annihilated. Then, where is your patriarch? Lu Yi asked. Now that he knew the Heavenly Azura clan's goal, Lu Ye's mind suddenly became active. Why had he come here? His original plan was to exchange for the Azura Field's attribute treasures, but those things were too expensive. Lu Yi could only earn Azura seals to temper his own source. However, the Heavenly Azura clan now had a request to make of him. This was a major matter that concerned the future of their clan, so it shouldn't be too much for him to make an appropriate request. The Heavenly Azura clan was in charge of the Azura Field, so everything in the Azura Field belonged to them. Whether it was treasures that could improve the quality of one's source of origin or the Azura Field's attribute treasures, wouldn't he be able to take them as he wished? This was a transaction that everyone would be happy about. Akijuo wasn't a suitable person to negotiate with, and she might not have the qualifications to do so. So he could only negotiate with the current patriarch of the Heavenly Azura clan. As soon as Lu Ye's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared not far in front of him. It was an old man, and his qi and blood were extremely scattered. To be honest, among all the cultivators Lu Yi had ever seen, there was no one as old as him. The old man's hair was snow white, and Lu Yi could tell at a glance that he didn't have much longer to live. The Heavenly Azura clan was plagued by the bloodline curse. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't live past 200 years. They were indeed talented, but cultivating to the moon jade role in 200 years was already the limit. What Lu Yi cared about was the way the other party appeared. It was as if he had been standing there all along, but Lu Yi didn't notice him at all. It should be the power of the Azura Field. Lu Yi judged in his heart. This old man is Mi Shi, the patriarch of the Heavenly Azura clan. Greetings, little friend. Please forgive me for my previous actions. While speaking, he bowed deeply. The other party, an old man, was so humble that Lu Yi could only stand up and return the greeting. Akijuo helped Loss sit down and then stood behind him obediently. It could be seen that Mi Shi was in a good mood. His turbid eyes were incomparably spirited at this moment. He looked up and down at Lu Yi and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Our clan has waited for so many years. Finally, little friend has come. It is our clan's fortune. Lu Yi smiled. Patriarch, are you so sure that I am willing to help? Mi Shi said. There were dozens of powerless victims in Doffing Mountain, but little friend was not willing to abandon them. Instead, you painstakingly escorted them to Ding'an City. It can be seen that little friend is benevolent and righteous. Little friend, if you don't have the ability, then it's fine. But if you have the ability, you shouldn't be willing to watch others suffer. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are successful, you should help the world. Chapter 1950. The encounter of Yaowan and the others on Great Wind Mountain could be said to be the most important part of the trial. The mountain bandits had been exterminated, leaving behind only 20 weak women. If Lu Yi had ignored them at that time and left alone, the Heavenly Azura clan might not have dared to casually bring him here. But even though he knew that Yaowan and the others were only shadows, Lu Yi was still willing to lend them a helping hand, sparing no effort to escort them to Ding. And it could be said that when Lu Yi made the decision to bring Yaowan and the others along, the Heavenly Azura clan saw the light they had been waiting for countless years. Little friend, on behalf of the entire clan, this old man pleads you to save our clan from this abyss of suffering. Mi Shi's voice was solemn. If little friend is willing, our clan is willing to pay some compensation. What can you pay? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Mi Shi said, that depends on what little friend needs. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. What if I want that Azura Field treasure? Mi Shi pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay, it really was okay, but thinking about it carefully, it was not strange. The Heavenly Azura clan controlled the Azura Field, so everything in the Azura treasury could be considered their property. Even if that treasure was worth 10 billion Azura seals, it would not be a problem to give it away. I also want all the treasures in the treasury that can improve the quality of one's source. Lu Yi said again. This time Mi Shi did not immediately agree, instead explaining somewhat awkwardly, "Little friend, the situation is like this. The Azura field is a treasure that requires our clan's bloodline to control, but at the same time it also requires great strength to rely on. Our clan has been plagued by the bloodline curse for so many years, and there has been no more sunshine, only a few new Yao. Thus, even our clan's control of the Azura field is somewhat lacking. This is also why we needed to wait for Little Friend to start a new trial before we could bring you here. The place where our clan lives in seclusion is a special place created by the Azura field. Under normal circumstances, we would not be able to forcefully bring you here." Lu Yi was stunned, but he quickly reacted. "In other words, you can control the Azura field, but not completely?" And from Mi Shi's words, this degree of control did not seem to be very great. If that was the case, then his previous idea could not be realized. He originally thought that the Heavenly Azura clan controlled the Azura field and could take whatever they wanted from the treasury. "That's true," Mi Shi nodded and admitted. "Right now, as the clan leader of the Azura field, I have the highest authority. If you want the treasures of the Azura field, I can give them to you directly based on my authority. However, if you want more, I won't give them to you for free." "Do I need to use the Azura seal to exchange for it?" Lu Yi asked. "Yes, but this old man can make some slight changes. I will try my best to let you exchange for those resources at the lowest price so that you can enjoy the same treatment as our clansmen." "Oh." Lu Yi was a little surprised. "Your Heavenly Azura clan's clansmen also need Azura seals to exchange for resources from the treasury?" "Of course." Mi Shi nodded. "The purpose of the Shura field was to train our clansmen and help them grow up quickly. Nothing is gained without effort. Even our clansmen have to participate in the training to obtain the Shura seal. Then they can go to the treasury to exchange for the resources they need. However, the price of the exchange is different from yours." "How big is the gap?" Lu Yi asked. "If our clansmen want to exchange for resources, we can get a 50% discount. 50% discount, then he could use the Azura seal, twice the price." He could see that Mi Shi wasn't lying in this regard because there was no need to. If he could give away the treasures of the Azura field worth tens of billions, why would he limit the amount of resources he could exchange? Mi Shi allowing him to enjoy the same treatment as the Heavenly Azura clan's clansmen was already a show of sincerity. "Little friend, this is all the remuneration our clan can provide." As Mi Shi spoke, he looked at Lu Yi with some apprehension. "May I ask what little friend wants to consider?" Although he felt that Lu Yi wouldn't refuse, this matter was related to the clan's future after all, so he couldn't help feeling anxious. Lu Yi didn't answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How many clansmen does your clan have right now?" This was related to how much time he had to spend. After all, helping others resolve the bloodline curse took a lot of time. Mi Shi sighed. "It's difficult for our clan to reproduce. At present, there are only a little more than 10,000 clansmen." After that, he added, "I know what little friend means. Little friend, please rest assured that not all clansmen need to resolve the bloodline curse. Most of the clansmen who don't have enough aptitude don't need to be bothered. Little friend, you only need to help solve the quota of 1,500 people. With these 1,500 people as the foundation, the Azura clan could continue to reproduce in the future and would no longer be troubled by the bloodline curse. Once the clansman's lifespan was extended, the clan would slowly grow stronger. It was not impossible for them to restore the glory of their ancestors in the future." Lu Yi did some quick calculations. With his current ability, it would take him less than 4 to 6 hours to deal with a person's bloodline curse. If he was more lenient, he could deal with at least 3 people in a day. 1,500 people would take him less than 2 years to deal with. Spending this time, he would obtain a treasure worth tens of billions, and then have the same convenience of exchanging treasures and resources as the heavenly Azura clan. This was a very good deal, especially that treasure. He had completely given up on it because the price was too expensive. It wasn't something he could collect, but now there was hope of getting it. In this way, the problem of the 9 prefectures could be solved smoothly, and little 9 would no longer have to worry. Okay. Lu Yi immediately nodded. Mi Shi was overjoyed. Thank you, little friend. Since this is the case, I will sign an Azura contract with you as a pledge. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and an Azura contract appeared in front of him. From the looks of it, although the heavenly Azura clan knew some of the characteristics of the Tao tree, they did not know that the Azura contract could be burned by the Tao tree. Lu Yi did not point out. He did not intend to break the contract, and with such a contract, he could also ensure that the heavenly Azura clan would not break their promise to him. Although this possibility was not high, Mi Shi handed the Azura contract to Lu Yi to check. After a moment, Lu Yi nodded. No problem, but I want to add one more condition. Little friend, please speak. I want to get the Azura field's treasure first. Mi Shi pondered for a moment and quickly agreed. No problem, little friend. Please wait for a moment. As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Without any activation of magic power, there was no trace of movement, and there were no traces of space teleportation. He just disappeared without a trace. This was clearly the power of the Azura field. After Mi Shi left, Lu Yi began to check his Azura token. Just now, his Azura token had been active. Without a doubt, it was definitely Abluo and Gusheng sending him messages. After a brief check, as expected, it was Abluo and Gusheng's messages asking him where he was now. Lu Yi sighed. How should he explain this? The 3 of them had agreed to join forces to go to the special training location to search for information about the Azura field. In the end, the 2 of them went in, but he was brought here by the heavenly Azura clan. He had broken his promise to her. However, this was not his fault. How could he have known that there would be such a strange encounter this time? The heavenly Azura clan, which was rumored to have been exterminated long ago, actually still had a clan of 10,000 people living in seclusion in a certain location. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that since the heavenly Azura clan had not been exterminated and Mi Shi could even control the Azura field slightly, then what were the experts who came to search for the whereabouts of the Azura field looking for? No matter how hard they searched, it was useless in the end. There was also the clue that Gusheng had obtained. From the looks of it now, even if the 3 of them worked together to defeat the powerful Yanjia, it would all be for naught in the end. However, now that Abluo and Gusheng had been sending him messages, how should he reply? Just as he was in a dilemma, Akijuo suddenly said, Senior brother, are you thinking about how to reply to Abluo and Gusheng? Lu Yi looked up at her in surprise. Akijuo smiled and explained, I have been paying attention to Senior brother, so I know about the agreement between Senior brother and them. Right now, they should have already entered that location. As she said that, she flipped her hand, and a mirror-like object appeared in her hand. She then walked forward and placed it in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked over and was instantly surprised. This was because Abluo and Gusheng's figures were reflected in the mirror. Wave-like ripples flowed on the surface of the mirror, causing the image to be somewhat distorted. However, it could be seen that Abluo and Gusheng were somewhat anxious at this moment. The 3 of them had clearly entered together, but Lu Yi had disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, they could not contact him through messages. This was very strange. The scene reflected in the mirror should be what Abluo and Gusheng were experiencing right now. Lu Yi finally understood why the heavenly Azura tribe was secretly paying attention to him. Still can't contact him? Abluo looked at Gusheng and asked. No response. Gusheng shook his head. What about you? Same. Abluo touched his bald head. What's up with this kid? Why isn't he replying to any messages? Could he have encountered some danger? Gusheng shook his head. The greatest danger in this location is that Yan Jia. You and I both know how strong Brother Lu is. Unless he goes to find Yan Jia himself, he won't be in any danger. That shouldn't be the case. We have a contract with him. What's the point of him going to find Yan Jia himself? Even if he really does find a clue and get the reward, the three of us will have to split it. Plus, he's not that kind of person. Gu Sheng was also puzzled. I used that special item to lure the two of you in with me. Logically speaking, he should already be here. I just don't know why I can't sense his presence. So annoying. Abluo was a little anxious. Is it you who's unreliable, or that kid who's unreliable? Lu Yi watched silently and sighed. In the end, he decided not to reply to their messages because there was no way to explain it. As for whether they would encounter any danger in this location, Gu Sheng could survive alone. Now that he had teamed up with Abluo, surviving should not be a problem. End of chapter. Chapter 1951. Since ancient times, there have been many people who have set their sights on the Sharaba. Therefore, we often release some special things to make people think that they have clues about the Sharaba, but in fact, in the end, they will realize that all the clues that seem real are fake, Akijuo explained. Lu Yi immediately sympathized with Gu Sheng. Needless to say, the information that this guy obtained was deliberately released by the Heavenly Azura. Their trip was destined to have no practical results. At most, they would obtain some basic Azura seals as a reward. Put it away. Lu Yi no longer looked at it. As for when he met Abro and Gu Sheng in the future, he would think of a way to explain to them that he was trapped somewhere and could not receive messages. Akijuo put away the mirror-like thing. Mi Shi still had not returned. As Lu Yi looked around, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his bosom. Seeing this, Akijuo could not help but smile. She had been paying attention to Lu Yi and knew that Lu Ye's attitude towards this thing was both love and fear. Senior brother, you don't have to worry too much about this treasure. In the Azura field, every time senior brother enters the training grounds, it will shake whether you are willing or not. However, if senior brother takes it out, you won't have this problem, Akijuo said. Lu Yi held the fate die and curiously asked, then this time it did not shake. After the previous experience, Lu Yi simply took it with him. In any case, even if he left it in the cave, it would suddenly appear. This place is where my clan lives in seclusion. It is not considered a training ground, so it did not move, Akijuo explained. Lu Yi understood. If that was the case, then this treasure could still be kept. When he left the Azura field, it would not shake for no reason. While Lu Yi and Akijuo were chatting, the treasury suddenly shook. It was not a real shake, but a tremor in the heart. There was no other reason. The Azura field treasure worth 10 billion Azura seals had suddenly disappeared. This thing was placed in the treasury plaza. Any cultivator who entered the treasury would be able to see its existence as soon as they turned around. Therefore, almost every cultivator who came to the Azura field to train had seen it more than once. It had always been placed there, and for countless years, no one cared about it. Until today, the news spread swiftly. In a short moment, countless cultivators gathered at the treasure vault square from all over, and they exclaimed endlessly with admiration when they saw the Azura field had really vanished. No one knew who was so generous as to actually exchange for this item. One had to know that it wasn't 1 million Azura seals, nor was it 10 million Azura seals. It was 10 billion. With so many Azura seals, no matter what kind of resources they could exchange for, it would be far more valuable than an Azura field. All the cultivators who heard the news were discussing spiritedly and guessing endlessly. However, they were unable to find any clues because no one had seen the person who had exchanged for the treasure. The treasure had simply disappeared into thin air. In front of the wooden house, Mi Shi finally returned. In Lu Ye's hand was the Azura field treasure that was worth 10 billion Azura seals. For a moment, he had a surreal feeling. The thing that he had given up on was now in his hands. Patriarch is indeed trustworthy. Let's sign the contract. Lu Yi put away the Azura field and immediately left his mark on the Azura contract with Mishur. The Azura contract collapsed, turning into specks of light that fell into Lu Yi and Mishur's bodies, disappearing without a trace. Mishur was filled with anticipation. "Little friend, I'll be counting on you next." Lu Yi nodded. "It's only right to take someone's money and eliminate a disaster for them. Patriarch, you can be the first." "All right." Mishur did not decline. As they spoke, another Azura race member appeared and brought a few storage rings with him. He respectfully placed them in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi picked them up and checked. He found that they were all fire tribute treasures and immediately put them away. This was one of the terms of the contract. Helping the Azura race burn out the bloodline curse would require the consumption of the talent tree's fuel. This consumption would not be much for 1 or 2 people, but for 1,500 people, it would be a huge amount. Even if Lu Yi used up all the fuel in the talent tree, it would not be enough, so he could only let the Azura race replenish it. Mishur did not ask Lu Yi what he wanted these things for, but he had some guesses. Before Chi Duo's bloodline curse was burned out, the Azura race only knew from their ancestral teachings that the Dao tree lineage could solve their clan's predicament. However, they did not know how to solve it. In front of the table, Lu Yi grabbed Mishur's wrist and extended his invisible roots into Mishur's body. The power of the talent tree began to be activated. Mishur immediately revealed a pained expression and sweat appeared on his forehead. Lu Yi did not dare to use too much strength. After all, Mishur was not younger than Chi Duo. If anything happened during the process of burning out the curse, it would not be good for him or the Azura race. Fortunately, although Mishur was old, his willpower was extremely strong. Even though the process of burning out the curse was difficult, he still persevered. After going through the most difficult period, Mishur even had the mood to chat with Lu Yi. Speaking of which, the Azura race was a very sad race. They only had a lifespan of 200 years, so no matter how monstrous their talent was, they could not cultivate to a high level. Ever since the last Rizhao passed away many years ago, they had not given birth to another Rizhao. Ordinary clansmen had been trapped in this secluded scene since birth. For example, Chi Duo could still participate in the training and see more scenes, but those were all illusions created by the power of the Azura field. No one knew what the outside world was like. Now, Mishur and Lu Yi were chatting, listening to Lu Yi talk about the 10,000 elephant sea and the various wonders of the starry sky. Both Mishur, the old patriarch, and Chi Duo could not help showing yearning. "By the way, patriarch, where is the source of this bloodline curse?" Lu Yi suddenly asked during the chat. Mishur shook his head and said, "It has been too long and can no longer be traced back. Although there are many ancient books left behind in the clan, after so many years, all kinds of inheritances have been lost. How can we know where the source is?" This was also true. For a race with a lifespan of less than 200 years, it was indeed impossible to trace back tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Chi Duo suddenly said, "Patriarch, I once saw some records of this in the ocean pavilion." "Oh." Mishur showed an interested expression. "What did the records say?" Lu Yi also turned to look at Chi Duo. Chi Duo said, "The jade slip that recorded this information is incomplete, so I can't see everything. However, our ancestors seem to have experienced a great battle against a race called the Mastiff. It was after that battle that our clan was infected with the bloodline curse." "The Mastiff race?" Mishur raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Yi. "Little friend, you are very knowledgeable. Have you heard of it?" Lu Yi shook his head. In fact, in terms of knowledge, the heavenly Azura race was better than him. This was because the Azura field recorded countless cultivators and the shadows of countless races since ancient times. Even the heavenly Azura race did not know about the Mastiff race, so how could he know? He said, "There is a mermaid race in the 10,000 elephant sea. They were also infected with the bloodline curse, but the symptoms were not the same as the aristocrats. Under the influence of the bloodline curse, it was difficult for them to give birth to their own sunshine, and they could not leave the 10,000 elephant sea. Since they were both infected with the bloodline curse, could both races have encountered the mastiff race? The mermaid race. Mishra pondered for a moment and said, I remember in the ancient records that there was a mermaid race among the races that we led back then. He said that he led them, but in fact he probably enslaved them. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. In this case, the origin of Yen Miao's mermaid race might be related to the heavenly azure race, but this was a long time ago and had nothing to do with the present. However, Lu Yi was a little concerned about the mastiff race. This race's strength might be beyond imagination. So far, Lu Yi did not know what methods they had that could affect the continuation of a race's bloodline. About 6 hours later, Lu Yi stopped. Patriarch, it's done. Mi Shi's eyes were closed, but his face was full of joy. Although his appearance did not change much, his old aura had disappeared without a trace. He was only 3 years away from the end of his lifespan of 200 years. In other words, he would definitely die in 3 years. He could feel it himself. However, at this moment, that feeling of impending death was gone. He only felt that his flesh and blood were glowing with vitality. In this state, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would undoubtedly live for a very, very long time. The bloodline curse had been resolved. Although there was Chi Duo as a precedent, Mishra did not experience it himself. It was only now that he realized how relaxed he was after the bloodline curse was resolved. The most important thing was that his cultivation, which was originally a little scattered, had stabilized again. Moreover, with the removal of the bloodline curse, he could even faintly feel the shackles that he had not noticed even at his peak. This meant that if he could recover his cultivation, he might be able to break through to a higher level. To be able to assume the position of patriarch, Mi Shi's aptitude was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. In less than 200 years of cultivation, he had already grown to the peak of Yu Yao. However, as he grew older, his essence, qi, and spirit weakened. Gradually approaching the end of the road, he slowly stood up, his eyes overflowing with light. He bowed deeply to Lu Yi. This old man will remember the kindness of my little friend's rebirth. This was his personal gratitude to Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand. Patriarch is too polite. We each took what we needed. Mi Shi shook his head. Although that is so, today's experience is undoubtedly the beginning of a new life for this old man. If you need help in the future, you can come to the Azura field to find this old man at any time. As long as it is within my power, this old man will not refuse. Well said, well said. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. Although the heavenly Azura Patriarch's promise was only a personal promise, it was still incomparably precious. End of chapter. Chapter 1952. For the next period of time, Lu Yi stayed in the valley to help the heavenly Azura tribe resolve the bloodline curse. Mi Shi left and disappeared for a long time. Only Aki Duo stayed by Lu Ye's side to assist him. The heavenly Azura tribe members arranged to come here were old and young, but without exception, all of them had a cultivation base and decent aptitude for cultivation. It took about 6 hours to resolve the bloodline curse of a heavenly Azura tribe member, but Lu Yi could resolve about 3 to 4 people a day. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi sat on a chair in front of the wooden house, a mirror in front of him reflecting a great battle. On one side of the battle were 2 Yu Yao cultivators, while on the other side was an extremely gorgeous humanoid armor. The 2 Yu Yao cultivators were Abdaluo and Gusheng. Before Lu Yi came to the Azura field, the 2 of them undoubtedly represented the peak of Yu Yao's strength. Now that they worked together, the intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. In the mirror's reflection, Abdaluo had already used the 5th transformation of the 9 variants of savage beasts. He relied on his powerful physical body to withstand the berserk attacks of the armor, while Gushing swam by his side, casting one exquisite and powerful spell technique after another. The two of them had no other choice. They had been trying to contact Lu Yi all this time, but there was no response. Seeing that the time limit for staying in this scene was approaching, they could only brace themselves and try again. This battle lasted for about half a day. The final result was that the armor was destroyed and Abdaluo and Gusheng were both seriously injured. From the results, the two's decision to pull Lu Yi into their group was undoubtedly extremely wise, because if Lu Yi was here, then the three of them together would be able to easily take down the Yen armor and would not be in the current situation. Even though they were in an extremely sorry state, the two of them only rested for a moment before entering the area guarded by the armor. A moment later, Gusheng's disappointed voice came from the mirror. How could this be? Although there was a valuable treasure there, it had nothing to do with the Azura field. Lu Yi withdrew his gaze, a look of sympathy on his face. If Aki Duo hadn't brought him here this time, he would probably be disappointed now. That's right. Lu Yi suddenly thought of something. He looked at Akido and asked, "Can you help me take a look at a man named Ma Bin?" He suddenly remembered that he had seen a bounty message in the bounty hall. At that time, he didn't know if Ma Bin was the one he knew, and he couldn't contact him. Now that he had a Kijuo, perhaps he could help take a look. Ma Bin. Aki Duo was stunned for a moment and then closed his eyes to concentrate. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Senior brother, do you have more specific information? Based on my investigation, there are over 1,000 people called Ma Bin in the entire Azura arena. Human, sunshine male." Lu Yi provided a few pieces of information. Achi Duo said apologetically, "If it's sunlight, I won't be able to check it. Although I have some authority granted by the Azura field, I can only check the situation of the cultivators under the sunlight, so that's how it is. In that case, forget it." Lu Yi slowly got up. "Let's go to your ocean pavilion to take a look." It was extremely boring to help the heavenly Azura clansmen solve the bloodline curse for a long time. Moreover, Lu Yi and Mi Shi's agreement only allowed 1,500 people, so it didn't matter if he slacked off occasionally. In any case, it would take less than 2 years to solve the problem here. Aki Duo had mentioned the ocean pavilion before, and Lu Yi was somewhat interested in it. According to Aki Duo, it was something left behind when the heavenly Azura clan was at its peak. It was similar to the Shaoman clan's Rest Abyss Pavilion and stored a large amount of information about the starry sky. However, because it was too long ago, many records were lost. Aki Duo didn't refuse and immediately led the way. After a while, inside the ocean pavilion, Lu Yi looked at the simple jade slips placed casually on the wooden shelves and felt that the heavenly Azura clan didn't cherish the inheritance left behind by their ancestors. There were basically no heavenly Azura clansmen here, and many of the wooden shelves were covered in a thick layer of dust. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange. The heavenly Azura clan had been troubled by the bloodline curse and had lived in seclusion in this place for tens of thousands of years. Such a place really didn't attract them, and only a few clansmen would come here out of interest. Actually, the ocean restaurant has been renovated several times. Every time it was renovated, the jade slips stored inside were also copied. However, very few people came to this place, so gradually no one cared about it. Akijuo said with a regretful expression. She would occasionally come here to take a look and had thought of copying all the information in these jade slips, but it was too difficult for her to do so alone. Moreover, many of the information in the jade slips were missing, so there was no value in copying them. Lu Yi nodded, picked up a jade slip at random, and immersed his divine sense in it. He found that, as Aki Duo had said, the information recorded in this jade slip was intermittent and incomplete. Judging from the remnant information, this jade slip seemed to record a special secret technique belonging to the heavenly Azura clan. However, this secret technique seemed to only be applicable to the lower 4 realms, which was the level below the Divine Sea, so Lu Yi casually looked at it for a while before putting it down. He picked up a second jade slip, the place where Lu Yi helped the heavenly Azura clansmen to resolve the bloodline curse had changed from the valley where the wooden hut was located to the ocean inn. Every day, Lu Yi would spend 4 to 6 hours strolling around the ocean inn, which could be considered as a form of leisure after working hard. The number of jade slips stored in the ocean pavilion was extremely large, so even if Lu Ye's investigation speed was extremely fast, it would take him 10 or 20 years to finish. After all, these were treasures left behind by the heavenly Azura clan during their heyday. At that time, this place was absolutely not a place that anyone could casually enter. But today, even the heavenly Azura clan didn't pay much attention to it, so Lu Yi could freely enter and leave. From it, he saw many anecdotes, which greatly broadened his horizons. Some of the things recorded in the jade slips were very interesting, so he read them with great interest. On this day, Lu Yi picked up a jade slip and checked it. Soon he discovered something different. The door has opened, and the boundary has been broken. This is a catastrophe for the entire starry sky. The patriarch has long expected this. The world only knows that our clan is tyrannical and has enslaved hundreds of galaxies, but who knows? I set out with junior brother Lin Exen. The enemy is very strong and we are not their match. They have no reason, only the most primitive chaos and desire. Unexpectedly, we are not their match. Their power is very strange. I remember what the patriarch said before. The monsters in the abyss are indeed extraordinary. We still need time to adapt. Is this the Tao? I have finally understood. Lin Xian is dead. I'm afraid the next one will be me. It's too late. I realized it too late. I've caused my death. This jade slip was like most jade slips. The information recorded inside was fragmented, no doubt because it had been stored for too long. Even though Akaido had said that the jade slips of the 100 Rivers house had been copied several times, it still could not withstand the ravages of time. He did not know how high the cultivation of the person who left this jade slip behind was, but from the fragmented records, it was definitely Ri Guang, and it should be Ri Guang at his peak. Ri Guang and his companions went together, but he did not know where they went or what kind of enemies they encountered. In the end, both of them met with misfortune. What was the door? Lu Ye's mind was full of doubts. The jade slip's owner had recorded that the door had opened and brought a catastrophe to the entire starry sky. This door must be very important. There was also the abyss. The monsters that emerged from here possessed a very strange power. There was also the Tao. The jade slip's owner had comprehended the Tao, but it was still too late. Lu Yi was confused, but he was also greatly shocked. He felt that this world was much more complicated than he had imagined. With Yu Yao's peak cultivation, he could be considered a big shot anywhere in the starry sky. The 10,000 Elephant Sea was also a place where many galaxies converged. Even so, he had never come across such information before. It was obvious that these were extremely secretive secrets. If he had not come to the heavenly Azura tribe, he would not have come across them. Perhaps he would only be able to see more and further when his cultivation reached a higher level in the future. Lu Yi put down the jade slip and casually picked up another one to look through. However, he did not expect to see some interesting intermittent records when he looked at them. That monster was born in a human form. Its body was like a woman's and was incomparably huge. It was comparable to a realm and was extremely powerful. Something happened at the door, and they were unable to stop it. She broke in. Our tribe gathered elite forces and ambushed the 100 Spirits galaxy. More than 30,000 people died in battle, and 180,000 went missing. We found clues about that monster. She calls herself the Blood Ancestor. Her Blood Tao secret technique is incomparably mysterious. All living beings she comes into contact with become her blood descendants and are loyal to her. As for the missing people, the battle at the door is intense. We can't mobilize anyone for the time being. What should we do? There's news from the Fengtsuan Mountain. They actually have a Taoist there. Perhaps he can join forces with them. The Fangtzuan Mountain is a supreme treasure in the starry sky. The blood ancestor should be interested in this treasure. The human tribe is also willing. The blood ancestor has set his eyes on the Fangtzuan Mountain. Great battle, as expected of the Fangtzuan Mountain. Its power is unparalleled. Its Taoist is actually on par with the blood ancestor when controlling this treasure. Our starry sky is saved. The blood ancestor seems to be dead. His body is in pieces. The Fangtzuan Mountain is also destroyed. The human tribe's Taoist is seriously injured and probably won't survive. The races of the starry sky will remember their sacrifice. I have to leave too. I'm afraid I won't be able to return. The door, the Jade Slips records ended there. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. He did not expect to see records about the Fangtzuan Mountain and the blood ancestor in this heavenly Azura's ocean pavilion. In the current universe, Lu Yi was confident that no one knew more about the blood ancestor and the blood tribe than him except for the blood tribe themselves. When he was trying to seize the core of the Fangtzuan Mountain, he had encountered a drop of the blood ancestor's precious blood clone. Furthermore, he had swallowed and refined so much of the blood ancestor's sacred blood. His sacred nature was far stronger than that of any other blood tribe member. End of chapter. Chapter 1953. Lu Yi had known for a long time that the birth of the blood race was directly related to the blood ancestor. The destruction of Fangtzuan Mountain was also related to the blood ancestor, but he never expected that these records would appear in the ocean tower of the heavenly Azura clan. And from this incomplete record, the blood ancestor actually came from outside the door. What was the door? The records showed that the battle at the door was fierce. So why was the battle there so fierce? Also, the Jade Slip mentioned that this part of the starry sky could be saved. Was there another part of the starry sky? What about the Dozi? Lu Yi didn't know how strong the blood ancestor was at his peak, but he was definitely stronger than Rizhao. What level was this Daozi at? Why was he able to control Fangtzuan Mountain and fight the blood ancestor to the death? This was the most unbearable thing in the world. It would have been fine if he didn't know anything, but now that he knew some things, there were even more things that were confusing. Lu Yi wished he could travel through time and space to find the owner of this jade slip and ask him what was recorded. He also hated the Heavenly Azura clan for failing to live up to expectations. They didn't even know how to properly keep such an important record left behind by their ancestor. Even if he was helpless, he could only accept it and look forward to finding more information from other jade slips. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi had stayed with the Heavenly Azura clan for more than half a year. In this half a year, he had cured the bloodline curse of more than 600 to 700 members of the Heavenly Azura clan. He also flipped through a large number of jade slips in the ocean tower. With his previous 2 experiences, he was very interested in the jade slips that recorded the events of ancient times. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any after such a long time. Even with Akijuo's help, he couldn't find anything. From time to time, his Azura command would send him messages. At first, Abluo and Guxing tried to contact him, but they couldn't get a reply, so they stopped wasting their efforts. They didn't know what was going on with Lu Yi, but they faintly guessed that he had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, when the 3 of them entered that special scene together, Lu Yi had disappeared. The 2 of them searched that scene for a long time, but couldn't find any clues. Besides Abluo and Gusheng, only Yu Yaorao contacted him. In this huge Azura field, Lu Yi did not know many people. Gue, Yi, Nanlian, and Walnut were not very familiar with him, so they naturally would not disturb him for no reason. Only Yu Yaorao wanted to pay a visit to Lu Yi several times, but she was refused by Lu Yi in the end. Recently, she had also stopped. It was unknown whether or not she was in the middle of gaining experience. Time flew by, and a few more months passed. Lu Ye's days passed peacefully. After such a long time, he did not find anything similar to the 2 jade slips recorded in the ocean pavilion, and his initial enthusiasm and expectations slowly faded away. At this moment, two figures were fleeing in the boundary of a training scene. Both of them were women. One was petite and the other was tall. That tall woman had an extremely outstanding figure. Although she was in a sorry state, she still couldn't conceal her charming appearance. She was Yu Yaorao. The petite girl beside her was a companion she had met during this adventure. Her name was Wan Zi, and this was clearly not her real name. However, when training in the Azura arena, many people would hide their origins, and there were all sorts of names. Both of them were at the late stage of the Constellation Realm. Originally, the mission of this training was not difficult. Even if there were some dangers, under the sincere cooperation of the two women, it was resolved little by little, until the last crucial moment an accident occurred. In this scene, besides Yu Yaorao and Wan Zi, there was another group of cultivators training, and their identities were surprisingly opposite. If it was only like this, it would be fine. The key point was that these cultivators came from the same sect, and they were the best at joining hands to form a formation. Moreover, it was unknown how they operated it, but their subordinates controlled an extremely extraordinary force. Under such a collision, the two women suffered a great loss. The subordinates they spent energy to subdue during this period of time were all slaughtered, and even their whereabouts were exposed, and they were chased all the way. Finally, they found a place to hide, and the two women hid there, restraining their mind and aura. In the darkness, the two women snuggled together, and their bodies and minds were ice cold. "Senior sister, we are going to die." Wan Zi suddenly transmitted her voice. Yu Yaorao comforted her. "Don't be afraid, let's hide for a while, and wait for them to leave before going out. It's useless, although you have set up a formation. You shouldn't be able to hide it from those people." Wan Zi shook her head, and suddenly she had some whimsical thoughts. "Say, if I go out and surrender myself, will they kill me?" "Don't take the risk." Yu Yaorao hurriedly stopped her. "They are not good people. If we are really caught, our encounter might be worse than death." "Of course I know they are not good people. Their eyes are disgusting. At worst, I will just be toyed with. As long as I act a little more cooperative, perhaps I will have a chance to live?" Yu Yaorao was dumbstruck. Wan Zi supported her chest with her hands and said with a proud expression, "In any case, I have some capital." While speaking, she turned her head to look at Yu Yaorao. "Senior sister, your capital is bigger, and your chances of survival are definitely higher than mine. A beauty like you. I am afraid no man would be willing to kill you." Yu Yaorao's face turned red. "I would rather die." Wan Zi was surprised. "Senior sister, could it be that you still haven't tasted a man?" Yu Yaorao didn't know how to reply, and she also didn't know what Wan Zi was thinking. At this time, she was still in the mood to talk about this. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, and she raised her finger to her mouth. Wan Zi also sensed it, and she didn't dare to make any movements. "Come out." A voice suddenly entered their ears, followed by rustling footsteps. "Although you are hiding very well, it is meaningless. If you obediently come out, you can still avoid death." Another frivolous voice sounded. "But if we brothers find you, haha, two senior brothers, there is no need to talk nonsense with them. I will take the lead, and I will guarantee to capture them. At that time, we brothers will have fun together." Yu Yaorao and Wan Zi's hearts gradually sank to the bottom, as they knew that they had already been exposed. "Wan Zi," Yu Yaorao's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, "I need you to stall for some time." Wan Zi turned her head to look at her. "Senior sister, do you have a way?" Yu Yaorao shook her head. "I don't know, I can only give it a try. If it works, we might be able to turn danger into safety. If it doesn't work, you have to save your own life. Also, you don't have to think about taking revenge for me." Wan Zi looked deeply at her, nodded, and said, "Senior sister, do whatever you want. You don't have to consider me." After saying that, she slowly stood up and walked out of her hiding place. Before she appeared, she deliberately tore off her lapel, revealing her snow-white chest. Under everyone's gaze, Wanzi slowly walked out, with a fawning smile on her face, and looked at the many cultivators gathered around. Let's make it clear first, one by one. If there are too many people, I can't handle it. In the hiding place behind her, Yu Yaorao took out a jade token, bit her fingertip, and wrote a name on the token. In front of the ocean restaurant, Lu Yi was burning the bloodline curse for a female cultivator of the heavenly Azura clan. Suddenly, his expression changed. An ray of light appeared in front of him. Then, a familiar voice came from the ray of light. Senior brother Lu? Lu Yi looked at the ray of light in surprise. Yu Yaorao? He recognized the other party's voice, but for a moment he didn't understand what the ray of light was, and why Yu Yaorao's voice came from it. However, Aki Duo, who had been following beside him, reacted and explained via divine sense. It's the Azura summoning command. This is a special treasure unique to the Azura field, and it can be regarded as a one-time use treasure. The holder of the command can use their own blood to activate it, and if they are in danger, they can summon helpers to help. Senior brother, someone used the Azura summoning command to summon you. Oh! Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Azura field had such a strange treasure, but since Aki Duo said that this was a treasure unique to the Azura field, then it should only be used in the Azura field. The Azura summoning command is very rare and hard to come by. I have been training in various places for so many years, but I have never seen it, and I don't know where the other party got it, but their luck is pretty good. Senior brother, you can ask her about the situation on her side, and then consider whether to lend a helping hand. For Yu Yaorao to use the Azura summoning command, she was undoubtedly facing an extremely dangerous situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't use such a rare treasure so casually. She is at the constellation realm, so even if she is in danger, it shouldn't be troublesome for me, right? Lu Yi asked. Aki Duo shook her head and said, Senior brother, there is something you don't know, but the strength of the summoned person is related to the scene of the summoner. If she summons you with her constellation realm body, then, after senior brother goes over, your strength will be suppressed, and you will only be able to display the strength of the constellation realm. It doesn't mean that you will come with Yu Yao's body. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then although the Azura summoning command is rare, it doesn't have much use. At most it can summon a helper at a critical moment. Senior brother Lu, I have encountered a bit of trouble here. From the ray of light, Yu Yaorao's voice clearly sounded, and she described her current situation, the strength and number of enemies surrounding her. Since she wanted to summon Lu Yi over, she had to clearly explain these things, otherwise she would be harming Lu Yi. As she spoke, she felt uneasy. Yu Yaorao was pleasantly surprised when she first met Lu Yi in the Azura field, because her current achievements were all thanks to Lu Ye's care back then. Without Lu Yi, she would have died in the Alpha origin stage. Feeling grateful, Yu Yaorao was naturally willing to get closer to Lu Yi, especially since their cave dwellings weren't too far from each other, and she had taken the initiative to visit him several times. However, since half a year ago, she hadn't received much response from Lu Yi when she contacted him. She faintly felt that she was too annoying and disgusting, so she couldn't continue to contact Lu Yi during this period of time. Although she felt sorry for their friendship, she could only accept it helplessly. End of chapter. Chapter 1954. Yu Yaorao had witnessed Lu Ye's heroic bearing on the Yu Yao battle with her own two eyes. Even the renowned Abdullah and Gu Sheng weren't a match for her, and she'd easily obtained the top of the Yu Yao battle rankings. Since the ancient times until now, how many figures like this had existed? Their friendship had been formed when they were both at the divine sea realm. Now, one was only a star constellation, while the other was a Yu Yao. The huge gap in cultivation and status was indeed not enough to maintain the shallow friendship they had back then. If she had not been forced to, Yu Yaorao would not have used the Azura summoning token to trouble Lu Yi. She really did not have any other suitable candidates. Although she could choose to summon the elders of her own sect, Her situation was the same as Gui Yi's. She was born in a galaxy close to the Azura domain, so she naturally had many elders training in the Azura domain. However, due to the various restrictions of the summoning token, she could only choose elders at Yu Yao's level. As for those elders, she didn't think that they would be able to deal with so many enemies when their cultivation was suppressed. Even if they really responded to her summon, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Only Lu Yi was invincible when he was at the Divine Sea Realm, and now he was also invincible in the Yu Yao realm. Since that was the case, he must have been peerless during the star constellation period. It could be said that when she decided to use the Azura summoning token, the only face that appeared in her mind was Lu Ye's face. But she did not know if Lu Yi would come, or if he was willing to come, because the number of enemies chasing after them was indeed too many. If Lu Yi was unwilling, it would be reasonable, if that was the case, she could only fight to the death. She could not imitate Wan Zi's way of doing things. Everyone had a belief in their heart that they had to protect, even if they had to give up their life. She quickly explained the situation, but did not receive any response from Lu Yi. She already understood that there was no resentment or sadness. She should have died in the Alpha origin stage back then. Living for so many more years was actually a gain. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in the surroundings became turbulent, and countless attacks covered the place where she was hiding. The array that she had casually arranged before was destroyed in an instant. Even if she urged her spiritual treasure to protect her body in time, she was still hit by the frenzied attacks in an instant. Suddenly, she felt that her whole body was like a small canoe in the storm, drifting about. She miserably landed on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her aura immediately withered. He struggled to get up and raised his head, only to see that there were nearly 100 people gathered around him. The vast majority of these cultivators were shadows. Only 3 of them were cultivators who had come here to gain experience. They were also enemies of her and Wan Zi. The rest of the shadows belonged to some faction that these 3 people had subdued. Even though their cultivations were uneven, their numbers were not something that she and Wan Zi could contend against. Yu Yarao's gaze was cold, but when she looked towards a certain direction, that coldness suddenly turned into astonishment. "Senior Sister Yu Hong, why are you?" In that direction, a woman in red with a graceful figure was standing quietly, staring at her with an icy gaze. Their eyes met, and many thoughts surged in Yu Yarao's mind. She suddenly thought of many things. For example, although there were twists and turns in this training, it was generally smooth sailing. Only at the final stage did an unforeseen event suddenly occur. The various deployments and arrangements on her side seemed to have been foreseen by the enemy long ago. As a result, her forces suffered heavy losses. They were ambushed, and only she and Meatball were able to escape. For example, Senior Sister Yu Hong had frequently contacted her recently, asking about her training and warning her to be more careful. Yu Yarao's gaze turned heavy. Why? She slowly stood up, clutching her chest. Compared to the injuries on her body, the pain in her heart was even more unbearable. Yu Hong looked at her and said coldly, "You shouldn't have come back alive. Do you know how you obtained the Alpha origin quota?" Yu Yarao looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Yu Hong suddenly laughed maniacally. "That's right, it was me who recommended you." The Alpha origin quota was indeed extremely rare and only appeared once every 100 years. However, for ordinary people, this was not a good thing that would make them scramble for it. On the contrary, they would avoid it. This was because the deaths and injuries in the Alpha origin competition were too great. Apart from those cultivators from powerful domains, the majority of divine sea cultivators could only serve as fodder. If they were lucky, they could leave early, but if they were unlucky, they could only die inside. Yu Yarao's heart ached so much that she could barely breathe. Why? Why did it have to be like this? In the sect, Senior Sister Yu Hong was the one who treated her the best. However, she never knew that she had never seen the true face of the senior sister. Why? Yu Hong looked at her and suddenly became hysterical. Why do you think it is? Master has always been partial to you ever since you returned from the Alpha Origin stage. But Yu Gong also. Yu Yaorao said, I have already rejected senior brother. I know the friendship between the two of you. How could I do anything to betray you? What's the use of your rejection? Yu Hong sneered. Only when you die will he completely give up. Senior sister, aren't you afraid that Master will find out later? Yu Hong sneered. Don't be naive. This is an Azura battlefield. What's the big deal if a few people die? It's over. On the other side, Wan Zi, who had already been captured, had a bitter expression. She had thought that as long as she behaved obediently and cooperated, even if she suffered some humiliation, she would at least be able to keep her life. Who would have thought that there would be such a scheme? Yu Hong didn't look like a good person at first glance. She would definitely kill her to silence her. At that time, she would definitely be killed by that thing. She could almost foresee herself lying naked on the cold ground. Do it! Yu Hong waved her hand. A burly man beside her grinned. Then I won't be polite. Do as you wish. Just remember to kill me later. A trace of disgust flashed in Yu Hong's eyes. In order to make these three cooperate with her, she had paid a huge price. The burly man stepped forward. Spiritual energy surged as he spread out his fan-like hand and grabbed at Yu Yaorao. Such a beautiful and charming person. You really are a rare treasure. Yu Yaorao's face was filled with panic. She used several techniques in succession, but they were all easily resolved by the opposite party. She had suffered heavy injuries in the surprise attack just now. At this moment, the spiritual energy in her body was extremely congested. She wasn't the opposite party's opponent. When she thought of the tragic result if she was captured, Yu Yaorao's heart became ruthless. She raised her hand and was about to slap her forehead. She had gathered all her strength in this slap. She had also opened her spiritual energy defense. It could be foreseen that if this slap hit her, she would definitely die. Suddenly, a golden light shone in front of her. Yu Yaorao was startled. Then she reacted. Her eyes widened. The slap was less than 3 inches away from her forehead. What is this? The man who was stretching out his hand to grab Yu Yaorao was startled for a moment. Before he could react, a big hand suddenly appeared from the golden light and met his hand. With a bang, the spiritual energy surged. The complexion of the burly man changed. He couldn't help but retreat more than 10 feet. When he looked again, a figure had appeared in front of Yu Yaorao. It was a young man wearing red and black clothes and carrying a long saber. The Azura summoning command. While the burly man was still in shock, Yu Hong revealed the secret behind it. She knew that Yu Yaorao had an Azura summoning command. After all, she was Yu Yaorao's most beloved senior sister. What kind of secret would she hide from her? But Yu Hong had already determined that it was impossible for Yu Yaorao to summon her seniors in this kind of environment. This junior sister was always kind-hearted. In such a desperate situation, she naturally wouldn't send her seniors to their deaths. She also didn't know when Yu Yaorao had used the summoning command. From the looks of it, he must have used it before she showed herself. What made Yu Hong feel at ease was that the person who had come wasn't a senior from her sect, but someone she didn't know at all. As such, as long as they dealt with them together, this matter wouldn't be exposed. The burly man turned his head to look at Yu Hong. You didn't say that this woman has a summoning command. Yu Hong said coldly, What are you afraid of? Even if she summons Yu Yao, she can only display the strength of a constellation here. You have so many people, can't you take her down? That's true. The burly man nodded. If he met Yu Yao outside, he would definitely be respectful. The difference in cultivation and status was obvious. If he wasn't respectful, he would die. But here, he had nearly 100 people under his command. What could Yu Yao who was suppressed to the strength of a constellation, count for. There's so many dirty disagreements in this world. The fickleness of the world is hard to fathom. Lu Yi sighed. When he was at the 100 River House, he had only asked Akito about the summoning order, but he had actually heard of a disgusting conspiracy. Senior brother Lu. Yu Yaorao's suppressed voice came from behind. Just now, when she was facing Yu Hong, her heart ached to the point of suffocation, but she still stubbornly persevered and didn't reveal the slightest bit of weakness. But when Lu Yi appeared, her strong calmness was instantly shattered. She only felt grievance and sadness. Sadness flowed in reverse. Tears instantly flowed down, and her voice was slightly trembling. It turned out, senior brother Lu didn't dislike her because she had answered the summon. Even if he knew there were nearly 100 enemies here, if he really hated her, how could senior brother Lu come here? I'm late. Lu Yi turned his head to look at Yu Yaorao behind him. Are you all right? Their eyes met. Yu Yaorao wiped her red eyes and shook her head. I'm fine. That slut actually has a wild man outside. What a joke, Yu Gong. You really think you're as pure as ice. Yu Hong gnashed her teeth and shouted at the burly man. What are you still standing there for? Attack! The burly man said impatiently, Stop being so long-winded. It's not your turn to give orders here. Chapter 1955. After scolding Yu Hong, the burly man looked at Lu Yi coldly. I really haven't killed you, Yao. Since you're courting death, don't blame others. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sound of something rolling rang out, and the group of people all looked down in amazement at the baby fist-sized thing that suddenly appeared at Lu Ye's feet. That thing looked like a die, and no one noticed when it appeared. It rolled a few times before slowly coming to a stop. A faint light flashed and immediately condensed into a large character. Kill. The character Kill turned into a faint light again and suddenly disappeared into Lu Ye's glabella. The next moment, an incomparably terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Lu Ye's body, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Because at this moment, a layer of translucent things visible to the naked eye had condensed and squirmed on the surface of Lu Ye's body, as if they were living things. It was extremely strange. What was even more shocking was that, from time to time, the translucent squirming thing would transform into distorted human faces that wailed silently, making everyone's hair stand on end. What the hell is this? The burly man, who was about to give the order, suddenly changed his expression. What he saw in front of him was beyond his understanding. Looking at the distorted human faces that were constantly appearing and disappearing, he actually felt a chill run down his spine. What frightened him even more was the killing intent on Lu Ye's body. If he hadn't personally experienced it, it would have been difficult to imagine that there was such a strong aura in this world. Everyone was stunned, and so was Lu Yi. A Chi duo had told him before that as long as the Die of Fate was in the Azura field, once a cultivator entered a training scene, whether they were willing or not, it would shake once. Now, it seemed that this was really the case. It was just that he didn't expect it to shake out the word kill this time. Could this kind of character be shaken out? This thing really surprised him time and time again. He didn't reveal any killing intent himself, and at this moment, what gathered on the surface of his body was undoubtedly the mysterious power of the Die of Fate. What are you waiting for? Yu Hong cried out in alarm. She felt that something was wrong. The burly man also noticed it and immediately waved his hand. Kill him! As soon as his words fell, he took the lead to rush towards Lu Yi. At the same time, countless attacks poured down on Lu Yi from all directions. Lu Yi raised his hand, held the blade, and fiercely urged his spiritual power. In an instant, layers of holy protection spirit runes pieced together, covering his body, and Yu Yaorao behind him. The Pan Mountain saber was slowly unsheathed and slashed forward in a leisurely manner. The expression of the burly man who was swinging his fist at him changed abruptly, because along with this slash came an incomparably terrifying, killing intent that instantly eroded his mind. In his field of vision, the figure that wasn't considered tall had actually become so large that it covered the sky and covered the earth, looking ferocious and terrifying. The moment his mind was seized, the spiritual energy in his body became chaotic. His ferocious strike was reduced to less than half of his strength. Then he felt a sharp pain. His entire body froze there. Multicolored rays of light submerged the figures of Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao at the same time. Yu Hong, who was standing in the distance, looked over with wide eyes, but in the next moment, her beautiful face turned pale. Because this wild man who was suddenly summoned and Yu Yaorao, this slut, didn't have any injuries on their bodies and all her attacks were blocked. She looked at the burly man again and suddenly saw a frightening scene. A line of blood appeared on the body of this burly man, and along with a poochie sound, this man was divided into two halves. The boundless noise suddenly turned into silence. Hide far away. Lu Ye's voice sounded in Yu Yaorao's ears, and soon his whole body moved. Screams came out one after another, and with the flickering blade light, one figure after another fell to the ground. Yu Hong's body and mind were ice cold. She tried hard to urge her spiritual power to strengthen her eyes, but she was simply unable to determine the enemy's movement trajectory. The enemy moved back and forth like a ghost. In just a short moment, 30 figures turned into fluorescent light and dissipated. Impossible. Yu Hong couldn't accept the reality in front of her eyes. In her opinion, even if the person who was summoned really had Yu Yao's cultivation, under the premise that he was suppressed and could only display the strength of a constellation, the number of people on their side should be enough to take him down. But in fact, although they had a lot of people on their side, at this moment they were like straws blown by the wind, falling down one after another. Wherever that person passed, there would be people dying. This was Yu Yao. It shouldn't be. Jiu Xian also had Yu Yao, but no matter how powerful Yu Yao was, after her cultivation was suppressed, it should be impossible for her to be so powerful. What's wrong with this person? Suddenly, the person who was in the midst of killing stopped again. Yu Hong looked over and saw that there wasn't the slightest trace of blood on his body, and he didn't even show the slightest sign of gasping for breath. It was as if the massacre just now was just like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The corpses turned into fluorescent light and dissipated, and besides her, there were only 5 people left standing. In less than 5 breaths of time, more than 100 constellations had died, just like that. Yu Yaorao was also greatly shocked. Before she decided to summon Lu Yi, although she felt that he should be able to help her resolve the crisis, she didn't expect the process to be so easy. Was this the weight of Yu Yao's first place? Lu Yi turned his head and looked to the side. There a tall and thin cultivator with a wretched expression was standing there with Wan Zi in his hand. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't moved at all. At this moment, he no longer had the wretched expression from before, and only endless fear and unease remained. When he saw Lu Yi looking at him, the tall and thin cultivator hurriedly drew a long sword from his waist and placed it on Wan Zi's fair neck. Don't come over or I'll kill her. Wan Zi's cultivation was sealed, so the sharp sword immediately cut a bloody wound on her neck, causing her to cry out in pain. Her expression was delicate and pitiful. Although her life was not in her control, her eyes were filled with a strange radiance. She looked at Lu Yi and begged, "Save me." Lu Yi held his long sword and walked toward her step by step. "Don't worry, I'll bury him with you." "What's the use of that?" Wan Zi felt the panic of the cultivator behind her and the pain on her neck, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. "Don't come over." The tall and thin cultivator was terrified. He couldn't help but retreat while shouting. Wan Zi, who was being held hostage, could only retreat with him. Die. The long sword in Lu Ye's hand suddenly slashed forward. The aura of death enveloped her. Wan Zi closed her eyes and lamented in her heart. She never thought that she would die in this kind of place. Moreover, The one who killed her was the reinforcements summoned by Yu Yaorao. This way of dying. How laughable and lamentable was it? The next moment, she felt a force coming from behind and pushing her away. When she opened her eyes again, she bumped into a spacious embrace. Before she could feel it, the other party threw her to the side as if he was throwing away a kitten. Then, she heard another scream. Wan Zi stood up awkwardly. She checked her condition and couldn't help but shout, "I'm not dead. I'm alive." Only now did she realize that the tall and thin cultivator who held her hostage couldn't bear the huge pressure in his heart and pushed her out to block the sword at the critical moment of life and death. She quickly turned her head and saw that the reinforcements she summoned were standing in front of a corpse. The tall and thin cultivator had already been killed by the sword. With the tall and thin cultivator dead, there were only 4 people left. Wan Zi turned her head and looked to the side. She saw Yu Yaorao and Yu Hong looking at each other. The former's expression was as cold as ice, while the latter no longer had the pride and arrogance from before. Only boundless fear and panic remained. She looked at Lu Yi from time to time, as if she wanted to escape but didn't dare to act rashly. Clearly, Lu Ye's massacre just now had frightened her. As a star constellation, she naturally knew what kind of level a star constellation should be. However, the strength displayed by the reinforcements summoned by Yu Yaorao was completely beyond her imagination. A team of nearly 100 people had been completely wiped out, just like that. Even if Yu Yao had come, she wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. In the awkward silence, Yu Hong squeezed out a smile. Yu Yaorao turned her head to look at Lu Yi. "Senior brother, can I trouble you with one more thing?" Just as her voice fell, Lu Ye's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Yu Hong, gently stabbing forward with a mountain coiling saber. Yu Hong seemed to be aware of it, but she didn't have time to dodge. Her whole body stiffened, and when she looked down, she saw the tip of a saber piercing through her chest. She finally looked at Yu Yaorao with an extremely complicated expression. There seemed to be remorse, but more than that, there was unwillingness. After the long saber left her body, Yu Hong fell down, and her blood dyed the ground red. Yu Yaorao bit her red lips and turned her gaze away from Yu Hong's corpse. Her whole body seemed to have been drained of strength, and she fell to the ground. Lu Yi looked at her from the side without moving. Wan Zi sighed, silently stepped forward, and hugged Yu Yaorao into his arms. "Wah!" Yu Yaorao cried heartbreakingly. Her tears quickly wetted Wan Zi's shoulder. After a while, Yu Yaorao gradually calmed down. She raised her head, but Lu Ye's figure had already disappeared. She didn't notice when Lu Yi left, the surrounding scenery also began to solidify and shatter. Obviously, this time's experiential learning was over. In front of the ocean restaurant, Lu Yi returned and continued to help the Heavenly Azura clansmen solve the problem of the bloodline curse. Solving some constellations wasn't a big deal for him. Even though his cultivation was suppressed to the extent that he could only display the power of constellations, he had already reached perfection in this realm. How could those crooked melons and cracked dates be his opponent? Not to mention, there was also the boundless killing intent of the dice of fate. Under the corrosion of that degree of killing intent, any enemy who faced him directly would lose their mind. As for Yu Yaorao, she was a cultivator after all. Although she had suffered betrayal, for a cultivator, anything that couldn't be defeated would become their capital. Therefore, Lu Yi wasn't worried that Yu Yaorao couldn't get over it. She should only need a little time. He had stayed with the Heavenly Azura clan for almost a year. Usually, if he wasn't helping them solve the bloodline curse, he would go to the ocean restaurant to read the jade slips. For Lu Yi, such days were quite boring. Yu Yaorao's summon just happened to let him exercise his muscles and bones. This made his mood a lot better. End of this chapter. Chapter 1956. The days became peaceful again. Every day, apart from helping the Heavenly Azura clan to extinguish the bloodline curse. Lu Yi would enter the ocean pavilion to check the many jade slips. Less than 2 days later, Yu Yaorao sent a message again, saying she wanted to visit Lu Yi and thank him in person. This time was different from the time in the Alpha Origin stage. He had truly saved her life. When she was in the Alpha Origin stage, she at least had the opportunity to withdraw. If she felt she couldn't persist, she could have left. But there was no such thing in the Azura arena. It could be said that if she hadn't summoned Lu Yi at the critical moment, she wouldn't have ended up well. Of course, Lu Yi couldn't meet her. It was fine if he was summoned by the summoning token, but he could directly go to Yu Yaorao's side to help her. He was currently in the Heavenly Azura clan's seclusion environment, and if he suddenly left, the Heavenly Azura clan would have to spend a lot of effort to bring him back. He told Yu Yaorao that he was in secluded cultivation. Yu Yaorao didn't dare to disturb him. Several months passed in this way. In front of the ocean pavilion, a Heavenly Azura clan cultivator who had helped him resolve the bloodline curse bowed and thanked him before leaving. Aki Duo, who had been following him, said, "Senior brother has worked hard during this period." Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment before he immediately understood. "Is there no one else?" Aki Duo nodded. "There are already 1,500 people." The Heavenly Azura clan had a total of 10,000 clansmen, but Mi Shi had previously signed an Azura contract with Lu Yi, so Lu Yi only needed to resolve the bloodline curse of 1,500 people. With these clansmen reproducing, the Heavenly Azura clan would no longer be troubled by the curse. No matter how difficult it was for them to reproduce, there would always be a chance for them to rise again. At this point, the Azura contract was considered complete. Other than the first attribute treasure, Lu Yi also enjoyed the same benefits as the Heavenly Azura tribe, a 50% discount when exchanging for goods from the Azura treasury. Just this benefit alone would save him a lot of Azura seals in the future. "Senior brother, if you want to leave, I can send you out," Aki Duo said. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and asked, "What if I want to come back after leaving?" The ancient jade strips inside the ocean tower caught his attention. Although he hadn't found anything interesting recently, Lu Yi still wanted to take a look at them. Akido said, "When the time comes, just send me a message, and I'll bring senior brother here." This place was an absolute forbidden zone for others. Since ancient times, no outsider had ever entered this place, but Lu Yi was naturally different. Lu Yi nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Then you go do what you need to do. I'll tell you when I'm about to leave." "Sure, senior brother, call me at any time." Akido retreated. Lu Yi didn't need to help the Heavenly Azura race solve the problem of the bloodline curse anymore, so she stayed in the Ocean Inn for a period of time. At first, apart from seeing many novel records and broadening his horizons, he still didn't gain much, until one day he picked up a jade slip that looked a little broken. "I've cultivated for 3,000 years, but I can feel. How can I break through the shackles? I can't solve this problem with the external incarnation technique. All I can do is store up my strength in advance. However, if the door doesn't open, everything will. The inner core method is also useless. I can't reach that level. Could it be that I can only wait? But if the door opens, it'll be a catastrophe." I asked senior brother Sun Yin, as expected of someone who cultivates ancient techniques. He has already comprehended the Tao. I regret not persevering back then. If only I had cultivated ancient techniques, but ancient techniques aren't that easy to cultivate. The environment has changed, and such cultivation methods have long disappeared. Senior brother Sun Yan's success has a lot to do with luck, but it's also the full support of the entire race. My heart has a demon. I've decided to go into seclusion. The records on the jade slip were the same as the ones he had checked before. They were intermittent, but he could generally make out some things. Lu Ye's heart was itching because the jade slip mentioned that door again. From the records on the jade slip, The Jade Slip's owner's cultivation had reached a limit. However, he should be able to feel the shackles on his body. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through them. If he wanted to break through, he could only wait for the door to open. However, he was also very worried. Once the door opened, it would be a catastrophe. There was also the outer body incarnation technique, the inner core technique. Lu Yi didn't know what these were. What he was most concerned about was the senior brother Sun Yin mentioned in the Jade Slip. This person cultivated ancient techniques. The ancient technique Lu Yi knew so far was the three-flower technique. However, he wasn't sure if this senior brother Sun Yin cultivated the three-flower technique. It seemed that cultivators who cultivated ancient techniques had more convenience than ordinary cultivators. Senior brother Sun Yin had comprehended the Tao. What Tao had he comprehended? After a long silence, Lu Yi put down the Jade Slip and continued to check. After an unknown period of time, the Azura token suddenly moved. Lu Yi lowered his head to check and found that someone from the Yu Yao battlefield was challenging him. He immediately ignored it. This was because he was no longer at the top of the Yu Yao battlefield. He had stayed in the scene where the heavenly Azura race lived in seclusion for nearly 2 years. After such a long time, someone would definitely challenge him. At first, it was Abluo and Gusheng. Because they couldn't contact him, they wanted to use this method to force him to show himself. Lu Yi naturally didn't respond, and his ranking fell. Later, even Tian Yin came to challenge him. After that, his ranking fell layer by layer. Now he was already outside the top 500. If he hadn't signed the Azura contract with Mishur, Lu Yi might have intended to maintain his position at the top. This was because, according to the rules of the Azura battlefield, after accumulating a certain number of times at the top, he would be able to enjoy a discount when exchanging for resources in the Azura treasury. A large part of the reason he had initially challenged the rankings was for this discount. But now, there was no need to care about it. No matter how good the discount was, could it be better than that of the heavenly Azura race? As for the top spot, it was just an empty title. At Lu Ye's level, he didn't care about it. After a while, Lu Yi left the scene and returned to the heavenly Azura realm. He first went to the bounty hall to take a stroll, took a few missions that were suitable for him, and participated in a training session. There were too many Jade Slips in the Ocean Pavilion, and he couldn't finish checking them all in a short time. Moreover, it was indeed easy to get tired after checking them for a long time. Occasionally, he would participate in a training session to relax and stretch his muscles. Since he had enjoyed such a discount, the Azura seals he earned were worth twice as much. This time, without the heavenly Azura race secretly interfering, the training session was much more normal, just like the first time he had participated in it. Even the dice of fate had rolled out a lucky character, allowing him to overcome all obstacles and kill the final enemy, thus successfully completing his training. However, the Azura Seal reward he received at the end of the assessment made Lu Yi somewhat dispirited. It was less than 200,000 Azura Seals. He remembered that during his first training session, he had only obtained a few 100,000 Azura Seals. He had chatted with Abro and Gusheng before. At Yu Yao's level, the Azura Seals one could obtain at most 200,000 Azura Seals. It was rare for one to obtain more than 300,000. However, ever since Lu Yi entered the Azura battlefield, he had quickly accumulated a large number of Azura Seals through fighting on the battlefield. After that, he had earned a large sum of money from the bounty hall. Then, during the training session in Dingen City, he had earned more than 7 million Azura Seals. He was used to eating delicacies. Suddenly, he had to chew on pickles. The difference was too great. However, he knew that this was the normal speed and efficiency of earning Azura Seals. His previous pace of getting rich was abnormal. The heavenly Azura race's interference with the Azura battlefield was limited. After interfering with the scene in Ding and City, they would not be able to reproduce that method for a short period of time. Lu Yi could only console himself that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. After completing the training session, he sent a message to Akijuo and asked her to bring him back to the secluded scene. He continued to soak in the ocean pavilion. On this day, Lu Yi casually picked up a jade slip and looked at it with rapt attention. Ancient technique. Secret of the 3 flowers. A line of large words instantly entered his eyes. Lu Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then his spirits were lifted. He knew that it was impossible for the heavenly Azure race, which had once been a cauldron-level race, to not have records of the 3 flowers. After all, in the jade slip he had checked before, someone had mentioned that a certain senior brother cultivated the ancient technique. After searching for so long, he had finally found something. It could be said that hard work did not disappoint those who worked hard. He immediately calmed his mind and carefully examined the jade slip. At the same time, he secretly prayed that the jade slip was not too damaged. A moment later, Lu Yi held the jade slip with a pensive expression. The jade slip was indeed not too damaged. Although the latter half was almost impossible to see, the various records in the first half were still traceable. According to the records in the jade slip, he had not taken the wrong path. When he was in the constellation realm, he had deliberately gone to the yin-yang great millstone to temper his physical body and condense the flower of the body. Now, in the moon jade realm, he indeed had to temper his source to perfection before he could condense the flower of qi. As for the level of sunshine that involved the flower of God, Lu Yi couldn't see much. The jade slip recorded that every step was extremely difficult. After all, one had to reach the pinnacle of a realm before they could condense the 3 flowers. Condensing the flower of the body was not a big deal. Although it was difficult, there had actually been many people who had succeeded since ancient times. However, condensing the flower of qi required a perfect source, which had stumped countless monstrous cultivators. It had nothing to do with talent. It just required too many treasures. Only those cultivators from the top clans, who had the backing of their own clans, could hope to achieve this condition. For someone like Lu Yi who had no backing, he could only rely on himself. However, how long would it take for him to succeed if he relied on himself? In a prosperous place like the innumerable phenomena sea, treasures that could temper one's source would be snatched up as soon as they appeared. Too many cultivators had a need for such treasures. From this perspective, Lu Yi began to admire the cultivators who cultivated the 3 flowers. He had the tree of innate gifts and the guidance of the reincarnation tree before embarking on this path. It could be said that he was born with more convenience than other cultivators. Other people did not have the same conditions as him, so they had to put in a lot more effort on this path. End of chapter. Chapter 1957. In one of the training grounds, Lu Yi held the mountain plate saber in his hand and was surrounded by destroyed battleships. He was already halfway through his training. Next, he only needed to find the enemy's lair and directly attack the root of the problem. In this kind of scene where there were no cultivators under the sun, other Yu Yao might have needed some planning. But for him, there was no need to worry too much. No one could stop him. After obtaining the specific information about the 3 flowers at the ocean tower, Lu Yi did not stay any longer. Now that he had the same rights as the Heavenly Azura clan, it was naturally more important to quickly earn more Azura seals. If he guessed correctly, Abro's purpose in training in the Azura field was to exchange for treasures that could help him break through the source origin. Although there were many such treasures, they were still not enough. Lu Yi wanted to exchange for as many as he could. After scanning the surroundings with his divine perception and confirming that there were no fish that had escaped the net, he was about to leave when the entire space suddenly shook violently. Then, everything around him began to distort. Lu Yi immediately stopped and frowned. He thought that he had been ambushed, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that was not right. He had clearly killed all the enemies, and there were no signs of life nearby. How could there have been an ambush? The distortion in his surroundings became more and more serious. At the same time, he even felt a strange power on his body. This power was very strange and appeared out of nowhere. It immediately made him feel out of place with his surroundings. What was going on? Before Lu Yi could figure it out, he heard a soft thud, and then the surrounding scenery changed greatly. A thick aura of the boundary lingered around him, and he heard a burst of exclamations. At the same time, countless cultivators were reflected in his vision. Many of them were crowded together, and all of them were crying out in surprise. There were also cultivators around Lu Yi, and there was a voluptuous woman squeezing his back, full of elasticity and softness. Lu Yi could not help but look back at her, and the woman blushed. What happened? Wasn't I training? Why did I return to the heavenly Azura world? Why did so many people come back? Ha 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 ha. The heavens did not want me to die. I managed to survive at the critical moment. Good people really do have good karma. There was a lot of noise. Some are puzzled, some are laughing and venting after surviving the disaster, and some are cursing loudly. The cultivators' thoughts turned extremely quickly. After a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly reached a consensus. There was a problem with the Azura field, because, based on the current situation, it seemed that all the cultivators who had entered to gain experience had been expelled, causing the crowded and chaotic scene before them. This was something that had never happened before. Since the ancient times until now, the Azura field had always been here, operating according to its own rules, welcoming guests from all directions. Yet today, such a bizarre scene had occurred. Lu Yi withdrew from the crowd and took out the Azura token. He wanted to send a message to Aikido to ask about the situation. He had a vague feeling that the change in the Azura field was related to the heavenly Azura tribe. However, before he could send a message, Akijuo had already sent a message. Senior brother, return to the cave abode quickly. His tone was very anxious. It was obvious that something had happened. Lu Yi hurriedly turned around and rushed in the direction of the cave. Not far from him, Yu Yaorao, who had also been expelled from her own experience, turned her head and saw his figure. She was about to greet him, but Lu Yi had already disappeared. For a moment, she felt lost. After last time, she had not formally expressed her gratitude to Lu Yi. When she contacted him before, Lu Yi said that he was in seclusion, so she did not dare to rashly disturb him. Now, she knew that Lu Yi had finished his seclusion. After thinking about it, Yu Yaorao flew in the direction of Lu Ye's cave abode. It was rare to meet him today, so she should go and thank him in person. In Lu Ye's cave abode, as soon as he returned, Akijuo's message came again. Senior brother, the patriarch is receiving you. At the same time, a light suddenly appeared beside him, and then turned into an oval-shaped light door. Lu Yi stepped in. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of the original wooden house, where Akijuo and Mi Shi were standing and waiting for him. Lu Yi nodded to Akijuo and then looked at Mi Shi. He wanted to ask what was going on, but after taking a look, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Mi Shi had actually become younger. Previously, he looked like a doddering old man with one foot in the grave. He even had to walk with a cane. But now he no longer looked like he was in his twilight years. At this moment, Mi Shi looked only in his early 40s, and his original white hair had become pitch black. He was in high spirits, and his body was strong. This change was simply like a different person. Moreover, the faintly discernible aura on Mi Shi's body also made Lu Yi very concerned. With a thought, he cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Patriarch, for achieving the sunshine." After so many years, he had seen a lot of sunshine, big and small, so he could distinguish Mi Shi's current realm at a glance. Nearly 2 years ago, after he helped Mi Shi solve the bloodline curse in his body, Mi Shi disappeared. Lu Yi once asked Akijuo, and according to her, the patriarch was in seclusion. After 2 years, Mi Shi came out of seclusion, and he was already in the sunshine, and his whole person had become radiant. It could be seen that this seclusion had a great harvest. Ha 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 ha. Mi Shi laughed loudly, his voice loud and clear. "I still have to thank little friend for your help. If not for little friend, this old man is afraid that my lifespan would have reached its end by now, and I would be buried in the yellow earth. At that time, he only had 3 years left to live. Without Lu Yi, he was indeed almost dead at this time. When he was in seclusion, he rejoiced countless times that at the last moment of his life, Lu Yi, the current Dao tree successor, entered the Azura field and passed the test set by his clan. This was his luck and also his good fortune. Lu Yi nodded and changed the topic. Patriarch, what's the situation with the Azura field now? Mi Shi's expression became solemn. This is precisely what I wanted to tell little friend. There's not much time, let's make it short. God knows how many years ago, when the heavenly Azura clan's last sunshine was about to reach its end, he used his authority and made some arrangements. Among them, the biggest arrangement was that even after he died, the Azura field would still continue to maintain its previous operation, attracting cultivators from all over the starry sky to come and train and reap benefits from it. At the same time, he also left behind a will to inform his descendants that only the descendants of the Dao tree could solve the bloodline curse of his clan. This was because only by maintaining the operation of the Azura field could they attract the descendants of the Dao tree, and only then could they hope to solve the problem of their clan. If he completely closed the Azura field, then the entire clan would have no hope. Reality proved that his arrangements were correct. Over the years, 3 different descendants of the Dao tree had been attracted by the name of the Azura field and entered this place. However, the first one had the cultivation of sunshine, so the heavenly Azura clan did not dare to rashly come into contact with him. The second one had an evil heart and did not pass their test until Lu Yi. That ancestors' arrangements were not limited to this. This old man only discovered it after advancing to sunshine. That ancestor left behind a backup plan, and that is when a new sunshine is born in the clan, the Azura field will expel all outsiders and temporarily close them. This old man has just advanced to sunshine, and the condition of this backup plan has been met. That's why the Azura field reacted. Lu Yi was stunned. The Azura field is going to close. He was still preparing to earn more Azura seals to exchange for the resources he needed. Now that it was going to close, what the hell was he going to do? It's temporarily closed. Mi Shi nodded. Then when will it open again? Lu Yi asked. Mi Shi said, I don't know. This old man needs to fuse with the authority of the Azura field to increase my authority. Moreover, even if it opens again, it won't accept outsiders. Of course, little friend, no matter when you come, you can enjoy the same treatment as the members of our clan. The level of authority of the heavenly Azura clan was closely related to their cultivation. Previously, when Mi Shi was just a Yao, it took a lot of effort to interfere with the operation of the Azura field. Even when he brought Lu Yi here, he still needed to wait for Lu Yi to start training. But now it was obviously different. He was directly brought here from the cave. This was the increase of authority. But Mi Shi still needed more time to fuse with more authority. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and understood Mi Shi's meaning. After all, the Azura field was a supreme treasure that belonged to the heavenly Azura clan. The things in the Azura treasury were also their property. Previously, for the sake of the clan's future and to attract the successor of the Dao tree, they had allowed countless cultivators to train and obtain benefits. Now that the clan's problem was solved, from the standpoint of the heavenly Azura clan, they naturally couldn't let outsiders act recklessly here. They could earn Azura seals through training and exchange for resources that belonged to them. The things in the Azura treasury were the capital for the entire clan to rise again. How long until the Azura field completely closes? Lu Yi asked. Ever since he entered this place, he had not spent any of the Azura seals he had earned. He had only bought a storage ring from the treasury, and that was a total of 15 million Azura seals. Once the Azura field closed, these Azura seals would be useless. He could not wait for the Azura field to open again. Who knew how long he would have to wait? About an incense stick's worth of time. Mi Shi saw through his thoughts. Little friend, if you want to exchange for resources, please hurry. I'll go now, Lu Yi immediately said. An incense stick's worth of time was running out. Little friend, Mi Shi waved at Aki Duo, who immediately handed over a storage ring. Mi Shi picked it up and handed it to Lu Yi. This is the resource that our clan exchanged from the treasury. It's a token of our clan's sincerity. Unfortunately, our clan doesn't have many Azura seals, so they're not very good. The Heavenly Azura clan also needed Azura seals to exchange for resources from the treasury. It was just that it was cheaper for them to exchange for resources. Lu Yi blinked and reached out to take it. Thank you. Whether it was good or not, it was still a token of their sincerity. Senior brother, take care. If you have the chance, remember to come and visit us. Aki Duo looked at Lu Yi with some reluctance. She was still very grateful to this senior brother who had saved the entire clan. All right. Lu Yi nodded and cupped his fists farewell. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Chapter 1958. In the cave, Lu Ye's figure appeared. Just as he was about to enter the treasury with the Azura token, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Listening carefully, it was indeed a knock on the door. Someone should be outside his cave. He didn't know who it was, but in this Azura field, only a few people knew the location of his cave. Strangers wouldn't come to disturb him. With a thought, he opened the door. Yu Yaorao's charming face was imprinted in his field of vision. For eyes met, and Yu Yaorao smiled. Just now, when I saw senior brother come back, I thought I was mistaken. It turns out, come in first. Lu Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed her wrist. Huh. Yu Yaorao was stupefied. She didn't know why Lu Yi had such an anxious expression. After she came in, the cave immediately closed. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face turned red, and she stammered, Senior brother. Lu Yi had opened the door to the treasury with the Azura token. He turned his head and looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Yu Yaorao's face became even redder. She lowered her head and said, Nothing. Wait for me here for a while. Lu Yi instructed and was about to enter the treasury. But before entering, he thought for a while and couldn't help but remind Yu Yaorao. Do you have Azura seals? If you do, use them quickly. An incense stick's worth of time was not long. The Azura field could close at any time. At that time, everyone's Azura seals would become a useless number. Lu Yi didn't intend to inform anyone, but since he met Yu Yaorao, he might as well remind her. I don't have any. Yu Yaorao shook her head. I used them all last time. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't accumulate a large number of Azura seals like Lu Yi. They would generally exchange them for the resources they needed. Only in this way could they improve their strength and better protect themselves in all kinds of experiential learning. Hearing her say so, Lu Yi no longer paid attention to her and directly entered the treasury. Yu Yaorao was left alone in the cave. This was not the first time she had come to Lu Ye's cave. In the past, she had stayed in the same room with him as a man and a woman. They talked happily, and she was able to stay calm. However, since the last time she came here, her state of mind was obviously different. She was actually a little nervous. She didn't know what senior brother was busy with. He seemed to be in a hurry. When he comes back, I must thank him. But what if senior brother said that I should repay him for saving my life? Should I refuse? Last time, he was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens to save her. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This time, she finally met him. If she made him unhappy, she didn't know when they would meet again. But if she were to agree, she wasn't ready yet. In the treasury, people came and went. Lu Yi directly appeared in front of the treasures that could increase the quality of one source and madly exchange for them. Violet glow frost crystal, white moon crystal, nascent soulflower, cyan moon spirit. All of them were collected into his bag. He was also paying attention to the changes in his Azura seals, and noticed that all the resources he could exchange for were indeed half price. In this way, his 15 million plus Azura seals could be spent like 30 million, and the amount of resources he could exchange for was considerable. As long as he could find an opportunity to refine these things, then the quality of his own source should be greatly improved. However, if he wanted to polish his source to perfection, it should not be enough. Unfortunately, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Originally, he had planned to properly gain experience in this Azura field and earn more Azura seals. Who would have thought that after Mishur was promoted to Sunshine, the Azura field would be closed? Lu Yi sighed and returned to the cave when she realized that she could no longer exchange her Azura stamp for any of the resources she wanted. "Senior brother, you can't." Suddenly, a loud shout entered his ears. Lu Yi looked in astonishment and saw Yu Yaorao standing there with her eyes closed, fists clenched, and cheeks flushed red. "What?" Lu Yi asked in surprise. Yu Yaorao suddenly opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened. She didn't know when Lu Yi had returned, but he was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Yu Yaorao's flushed face became even redder, as if blood was about to drip out. Yu Yaorao felt boundless shame, and she was too ashamed to show her face. In that short period of time, many unspeakable scenes appeared in her mind. I will come to see you next time." Yu Yaorao finished speaking, covered her face, and rushed out. This girl, why is she so strange today? If it was an ordinary day, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't stop her. But now the Azura field was about to close, and no one knew what would happen next. Moreover, he vaguely realized that once the Azura field closed, there might be some very troublesome situation. So he naturally couldn't let Yu Yaorao run away like this. She only had the strength of a star constellation, and in this Heaven Azura world, she was protected by the rules of the Azura field. But after the Azura field closed, this kind of protection would no longer exist. "Don't go." Lu Yi grabbed her arm, and Yu Yaorao was caught off guard, and her whole body was pulled back by Lu Yi, and she almost fell to the ground. When she came back to her senses, she looked up and saw Lu Ye's face. She didn't know how she fell into Lu Ye's embrace. A strong aura pounced on her face, and Yu Yaorao felt her whole body become limp, and she didn't have any strength left. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her vision became blurred, and she gently closed her eyes. "Come." Lu Ye's calm voice sounded. "N." Yu Yaorao's voice was like a mosquito's reply, and her body became hot and dry. The next moment, she felt as if she was thrown into a bottomless abyss, and she was falling. Her hot and dry mood turned into astonishment, and Yu Yaorao suddenly opened her eyes and saw Lu Ye's dignified and serious expression. And the environment she was in didn't seem to be Lu Ye's cave, but an inexplicable, unknown place. All around her, there were multicolored rays of light that were stretched to infinity, and they were like meteors streaking past her body. The feeling of weightlessness of falling became more and more intense, and she instinctively stretched out her hands to hug Lu Ye's waist. "Don't be afraid." Lu Yi sensed her panic. To be honest, the movement when the Azura field closed was really a bit big, and if he wasn't mentally prepared, he would definitely be frightened by this unforeseen event. But now that he was mentally prepared, he was calm as usual. While speaking, he stretched out his hand to hold Yu Yaorao's shoulder and patted it lightly. Yu Yaorao's panicked mood instantly calmed down, and she nodded and said, "I'm not afraid." She gently pressed her cheek against his broad chest, and her heart was peaceful. After a long while, she asked, "Senior brother, what's going on?" "The Azura field closed." Lu Yi replied. Yu Yaorao was extremely surprised. The Azura field closed? How could the Azura field close? This starry sky treasure had been operating for countless years, and since ancient times it had attracted who knows how many cultivators to come here to temper themselves. There had never been a precedent of it closing, so how could it suddenly close? Lu Yi didn't explain and just shook his head. This matter was related to the Heavenly Azura clan, so he wasn't prepared to reveal anything to the outside world. It was just that, when would this situation end? This strange feeling of weightlessness had already been maintained for a long time, but there was still no sign of it ending. It couldn't continue like this forever, right? He had forgotten to ask Mishur where the cultivators would be expelled to after the Azura field closed. But since Mishur didn't take the initiative to mention it, there should be no danger, but it would take some time. After calming down, Lu Yi found that he was surrounded by a fragrant and soft jade. There were many beauties in the cultivation world, and to be honest, he had seen countless beautiful women. But in terms of temperament and charm, Yu Yaorao was ranked in the top 3. Only some powerful, beautiful women who were older than him could surpass Yu Yaorao in this aspect. But Yu Yaorao's aura was obviously pure. He vaguely remembered that when he first saw this woman at the reincarnation tree, her charming temperament made him exclaim in admiration. Moreover, it was fragrant. It was fine if he didn't notice it before. But now that he suddenly noticed it, Lu Yi suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable, and his body couldn't help but twist. With this twist, the astonishing softness in his arms became even more obvious. Lu Yi stopped moving, and Yu Yaorao's face turned red again. After a while, he wanted to use the Azura command to send a message to Mishur to ask about the situation. But when he touched his waist, he found that his Azura command had unexpectedly disappeared at some point. "Junior sister Yu, is your Azura command still there?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Yaorao quickly checked and said in surprise, "I remember hanging it at my waist. How come it's gone?" Lu Yi suddenly understood. It seems that it has been recalled. The Azura command was distributed to the cultivators in the Azura field, and now that the Azura field was closed, the Azura command would naturally be recalled. Just as they were talking, that continuous weightlessness suddenly disappeared, and this huge contrast made Lu Yi frown slightly, and Yu Yaorao in his arms couldn't help but moan. The next moment, the strange light that had been wrapping them all along shattered with a loud bang, and the sound of something hitting the ground entered their ears. They felt as if they were stepping on solid ground. Lu Yi turned his head to look, and found that he was now in a certain realm. But judging from the surrounding environment and the aura of the realm, this realm's level was very low. Releasing his divine sense, he didn't feel the existence of any living thing, but some green vegetation entered his eyes. He and Yu Yaorao still maintained their previous posture, and there was a huge crater on the ground under their feet, and at first glance it seemed as if he and Yu Yaorao had fallen from the sky and smashed into this crater, and the sound just now should also have been caused by this. He lightly patted Yu Yaorao's shoulder and then let go. Yu Yaorao hurriedly stood up straight and looked all around. "Where is this?" After a while, Yu Yaorao asked. Lu Yi shook his head. He also didn't know where this was. Moreover, what made him feel even more strange was that there was no trace of other cultivators here except for him and Yu Yaorao. One must know that there were nearly 10 million cultivators permanently stationed in the Azura field, and so many of them were expelled. So how could there be no trace of others around them? Where did the other cultivators go? Try to contact the people of your 9 mysterious galaxy. Lu Yi turned his head to look at Yu Yaorao. The Azura command had been recalled, and there was no one he could contact here. But Yu Yaorao should have her sex companions in the 9 mysterious galaxy, and if he could contact them, maybe he could figure out something. End of this chapter. Chapter 1959. Hearing this, Yu Yaorao hurriedly took out her musical note and sent out a message. After a while, she put away the musical note, looked at Lu Yi, shook her head, and said, "I can't contact any of them." The people she tried to contact were all local cultivators who were training in the Azura field. Since she couldn't contact them, there was only one explanation. They were too far away, beyond the range of the musical note. This result made Lu Ye's heart sink. The range of the musical note was actually very large, but now Yu Yaorao couldn't even contact a 9 profound cultivator. It was obvious that the situation was worse than he thought. Lu Yi thought for a while, then closed his eyes and focused. He used the 7-colored lotus in his divine sea to try to contact the ancestral land of the soul race. The passages of the ancestral land of the soul race were everywhere in the starry sky. So, even if he didn't know where he was now, as long as he could communicate with the ancestral land of the soul race, he could directly enter the ancestral land and go to the place he knew. But to his surprise, there was no response this time. This surprised Lu Yi greatly. This undoubtedly meant that there was no passage to the ancestral land of the soul race in the nearby galaxies. This was troublesome. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi said, "Come with me." Yu Yaorao hurriedly followed. After the two figures rushed out of the bounded domain, Lu Yi took out his starboat and stood on it to observe the current situation. The most important thing now was to figure out where he was. Only by figuring out this point could he know which direction to go. Suddenly, a stream of light entered his field of vision, passing by in the distance. It was undoubtedly the figure of a cultivator, and judging from the fluctuations of power coming from the distance, it was Yu Yao. Lu Yi was delighted. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to meet her. Since he met her, he could ask her about the situation. The other party seemed to have noticed his presence, and suddenly changed direction and rushed toward him. After a short while, the light swept not far ahead, and a figure appeared. He cupped his fists at Lu Yi and said, "Greetings, Taoist brother!" Lu Yi returned the greeting and sized up the newcomer. Yu Yao's cultivation was at the middle stage, and she looked to be about 30 years old. She was dressed in black, and she had a capable temperament. Her voice was quite magnetic. "May I ask if brother came out of the Azura field?" the young man asked. "Yes." Lu Yi nodded his head. Since the other party had asked such a question, it was clear that they had also come out from the Azura field like him. Lu Ye's heart calmed down. It seemed like the worst situation had not occurred. He and Yu Yaorao had not been rejected by the Azura field to some desolate place. "Then do you know where this place is? If I want to go to the Rainflower Galaxy, which direction should I go?" A helpless expression appeared on Lu Ye's face. I was just about to ask fellow Taoist this question. The two of them looked at each other for a while. The young man couldn't help but sigh. "So Tao brother has the same confusion as me. Then, may I ask Tao brother if you know what happened in the Azura field? Why did we appear here the moment we appeared? This doesn't look like a training ground." Lu Yi muttered, "The Azura field should be closed. Those of us who entered the Azura field for training were all expelled." The young man nodded. "That's about what I thought. No wonder the Shura command is gone." As Yu Yao, she naturally had some guesses about such an unforeseen event, but she didn't have any concrete evidence to prove it. "It's a pity that the Shura seals I painstakingly accumulated." The young man had a regretful expression. He didn't know how many Shura seals he had accumulated, but now that the Azura field had closed, those Shura seals must have gone to waste. He then said, "Tao brother, can you exchange musical notes? That way, if any of us figure out the location of this place, we can inform each other." "Sure." Lu Yi nodded and immediately stepped forward to exchange musical notes with the young man. They didn't ask each other's names and origins. They might not have the chance to meet again in the future. The young man soon left. Lu Yi drove the planetary boat with Yu Yaorao, aimlessly moving in a certain direction. They kept running into some cultivators who were in a hurry. Most of them were alone, and a few of them were in groups of 2 or 3. The Azura field closed too suddenly. Among the nearly 10 million cultivators, only Lu Yi had been informed by Mi Shi in advance. The others weren't prepared at all. As a result, after being expelled from the Azura field, many of them moved alone. If they were lucky, they could contact their family and friends and form a group to take care of them. He also kept communicating with some cultivators to exchange information. Unfortunately, no one knew where this place was. As a result, he could only choose a direction and move straight ahead. From time to time, he would try to communicate with the soul race's ancestral land through the 7-colored divine lotus. Unfortunately, there was no response. Yu Yaorao also sent out a few messages every once in a while, but they were also like stones thrown into the sea. The first few days were peaceful, but as time passed, this vast, unknown place became chaotic. Nearly 10 million cultivators left the Azura field. Even if they were scattered, there were still some conflicts. Not to mention, there were many people in this world who wanted to see the world in chaos. There were also some cultivators with evil natures who took this opportunity to commit crimes. Several figures were fighting in front of them. Lu Yi drove the planetary boat and rushed straight ahead, pretending he didn't see them. Those cultivators weren't strong, and they were all at the constellation realm. It was unknown what conflicts they had, but they were fighting in full swing. There were 3 people on each side, and they seemed to be evenly matched. When they were fighting fiercely, they suddenly noticed Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao approaching. They stopped fighting tacitly and retreated far away, leaving a spacious path for them to pass. They were all smart people. Those who dared to ignore them were definitely very strong, and they weren't people they could provoke. When Lu Ye's planetary boat passed by, the 2 sides collided again, and it seemed like they were going to fight to the death. Many cultivators had made great enemies in the Azura grounds. However, the trials in the Azura grounds were too random. Thus, it was very difficult for them to take revenge unless they happened to enter the same training ground as their enemy. In the heavenly Azura world, there was the protection of the Azura field's rules, so no one dared to act rashly. Now that everyone had been expelled from the Azura field, if the 2 sides who had enmity with each other ran into each other, they would naturally take revenge. It could even be said that some people had realized that this was a very good opportunity and they were looking for their enemies. Moreover, there were many people like this, and if they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't have any hope of finding their enemies again. It wasn't just the constellation realm that was fighting. Lu Yi had also encountered several battles between Yu Yao on his way here. Yu Yaorao felt a lingering fear because if she hadn't gone to look for Lu Yi at that time and stayed by his side, she wouldn't have been able to protect herself in such an environment by herself. It was especially so for a charming and enchanting woman like her, who could arouse men's desire. If they ran into a Yu Yao, they might have captured her. Now that she was by Lu Ye's side, she didn't have to worry about such things, and she was very glad that she had made the decision at that time. One day, Lu Yi, who was driving the planetary boat forward, suddenly sensed something, and he raised his head to look at the starry sky in front of him. Then he frowned and quickly changed the direction of the planetary boat, flying to the side. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Yu Yaorao asked in confusion. During this period of time, Lu Yi had always been moving forward in a straight line, and he had never changed his direction. But this time he had changed his direction for some reason. "There are sunshine fighting in front of us," Lu Yi replied. Yu Yaorao's cultivation was, after all, a bit low, and her perception wasn't as sharp as his. So she didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, but he clearly sensed that there were sunshine powerhouses fighting in the starry sky in front of them. Even if they were far away, the aftermath was like a wave, attacking wave after wave. Although the number of sunshine powerhouses in the Azura field wasn't particularly large, it wasn't small either. Of course, there were some who had formed enmity between them, and when they encountered each other, it was normal for them to attack each other. But for sunshine powerhouses, this kind of fight was very fatal. If they were caught in the aftermath, they wouldn't have a good end. Since he had noticed this, Lu Yi naturally had to change his path. He had thought that he was already careful enough, and as long as he took the initiative to avoid the range of the sunshine powerhouses, he would be safe. But in this world, 9 out of 10 things didn't go as planned. After a while, Lu Ye's complexion suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look to the side. Then he crazily circulated his magic power, and the speed of the star boat suddenly increased. "Senior brother?" Yu Yaorao called out softly. She felt that something was wrong from the change in Lu Ye's expression. Lu Yi didn't have time to reply to her, because he sensed that Sunshine's aura was rapidly approaching him. Did the outcome of the battle have been decided, and one of them had fled? If they could flee, they could flee. But why did they have to flee in this direction? Lu Yi felt that he was extremely unlucky. If he was alone, he wouldn't be too worried. At the very least, he still had 2 red talismans with him, so protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. But Yu Yaorao was just a constellation, and if she was hit by Sunshine's aftermath, she would die in an instant. Sunshine's speed was extremely fast, and in just 3 breaths, Lu Yi sensed that the powerful aura was a lot closer to him. In his field of vision, he could even see a bright light exploding in the distance. It was too late to dodge. Lu Yi immediately gave up on controlling the star boat and activated the gate of the little flower world. In just a few breaths, a gate appeared in front of him. "Go in," he instructed Yu Yaorao. If he wanted to save Yu Yaorao's life, he could only let her enter the little flower world to hide. Apart from this, Lu Yi couldn't think of any other way. Yu Yaorao didn't ask anything and entered the gate in a flash. In the next instant, the gate disappeared. Lu Yi immediately circulated his magic power and prepared to activate the red talisman that had the effect of teleportation. Of course, he was just preparing it in advance. The red talisman was precious, and unless he absolutely had to use it, he would naturally save it. Right at this moment, a gloomy and cold voice came from afar. "Ma Bin, you have a great reputation, but it turns out that you only know how to flee in fear." The voice came from tens of thousands of miles away, but it still reached Lu Ye's ears. Not only him, but all the cultivators in the area heard it clearly. Lu Yi couldn't help but be startled. This chapter ends.